Last time I was, because we had been
Final thoughts
talking,
that you realize,
last time I was on the
because when you want something
screen,
physical,
I had no makeup on, so I had to try to sort
you
hours of makeup. And I just, normally I don't go out of the house, I don't have
oh, I
a
feel bad for you.
I'm sorry, she called me,
You're gonna
texted
go back
me, it
into
was
some
like,
manic
I thought
crisis
she looked the most
and-
beautiful I ever saw.
So the streaming is up.
Which,
Oh,
thank you,
okay.
I appreciate it. I can't stand it, so. Mr. Christmas.
Stuff all done?
You don't want.
Whatever that.
No worries. I logged into my account.
How does this
So I don't know what
work?
we normally have.
So we got the gal from
So,
Humboldt
yeah.
Foundation coming for the proclamation.
Okay.
Okay, so.
Does she sit out here, or do we make her sign
I was
for
like-
it?
Just so they don't send, just so they don't think I'm the one.
We have
Right.
a couple that they have, they're part of a,
but whatever.
so we shouldn't have too many department heads in here, so we may have to have a sit outside.
After that.
Friday may or may not be available, so let me see, one thing hangs in the balance. and I'll-
Separate.
Separate enough.
I don't know, I don't actually.
And you'll do that? You'll read it or whatever it is, or?
You want me to read it? Usually the chair reads it. That's fine, no, you can read it. I read it already.
It is printed on the back of it too.
Yeah.
I saw it,
So-
very tricky.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be helpful. It was
This
helpful.
is more.
You want me to take one? Yeah, I think it's this one.
Did I warn you?
Congratulations. Thank you.
I like it.
I have the pants to match, but I just put them those another day.
Overkill.
Yeah.
Hey Jill, hi Susie, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. Nice to see you.
Yeah, in person, right?
Right, it's a very good atmosphere in here, isn't
Good
it?
morning.
It also shows the
Well.
coffee stains.
Oh, yeah, and the carpet needs to be cleaned. Too early?
So,
That Zoom audio is hooked
don't want to sit in front of that podium.
Correct.
He's rocking out, the boy's rocking out.
That camera over there is.
Focus here. All right.
Chad looks like, sorry.
Yeah.
And I forgot the blender.
You forgot the blender. What? Maybe that's not this. See, we had amplification too for later.
Here's the blanket for
This one.
Okay.
Yeah, that was the one that I started with, and then I was like, well, if I'm doing it for one, I'll do it for all of them, so.
So am I supposed to do these subsequents or somebody else doing them?
Someone else is doing both of them.
I have
You're
one.
covered this time.
Okay.
I have one, right?
Yes, you do. You have the one with the highlighted, or no?
Yeah, okay.
So, yeah, when you present this subsequent, so this is and then you're bringing this one forward.
Okay, I don't need that. I just, this is all at the end of the meeting when we can actually hear the guys.
You'll actually read this part at the beginning.
For sure, right, exactly.
Yeah.
Got it, thank you.
Did you find that online, Richard?
Was that?
Did you find that online?
Actually, I think I got it in Macy's. I was here shopping somewhere and I saw it, and I thought, I gotta buy that, I just haven't got it.
Ginger has a cute outfit too, if you show me the picture.
Oh.
With the showing together, yes. They're vomiting Christmas. Bad picture, huh?
Of course,
She must love you very much.
she looks better in her than mine.
Well, you're not wrong about that. Oh my goodness.
Let's see, you got the pants, man.
That is not, you know, it's not ugly, it's just It's just a lot.
Not unattractive?
No, it's not unattractive, it's just a lot of colors.
I like it.
We have one too.
A little bit, yeah, just like me.
Needs a platform like boots and good. Yes.
I forgot.
Well, yeah. I'll text you that.
Yeah, you're right. I do. Yes, right. Put it away, and then,
And it's like, I don't have one, I mean, it was Hanukkah last week, it's Christmas, and then New Year. So how do you do all three of those?
I missed that celebration, I really want to go again this year.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
there isn't one, right?
COVID.
So this, I really want to go this year.
That looks fun.
Is that the photo?
I didn't forget.
Thank you.
Thank you, sister.
Oh, hey, I know that guy. He is gonna make me cry.
Are we on? Is Supervisor Finley with us?
He is on.
And Margaret?
I did not see her yet, but I did look for her.
Margaret, are you on the line? County Council?
Must have been a good week. After we read the top of my.
You didn't have her.
Yeah. No, that's, she's usually high on my,
Yeah, that's usually
Call
one,
that
at
list.
least in the top three of my history, sure.
Oh, she's on now.
Okay, she's on, great.
Yep.
So we will call this meeting to order, our December 15th regularly board schedule. Supervisor Brown, will you lead us in the pledge of allegiance? Thank you.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And as we have become accustomed, instead of taking public comment prior to our COVID update,
Madam Chair, I have subsequent.
okay, go ahead and speak into your mic.
Sorry. I'm a little off kilter today. So, with that, I'd like to move to discuss and/or take action to add a presentation regarding a proclamation of appreciation for District 2 Planning Commissioner Graham Matthews, and find that the need to take immediate action to the attention of the board to the agenda being posted. The urgency is that this is the last meeting that Supervisor Morris will be seated as a board member, except for, of course, special meetings, but our official meetings today. Okay? With that, I would
I'll second.
move to adopt.
I'll second.
Motion by Supervisor Morris, second by Supervisor Chadwick. Supervisor Chadwick, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Morris,
Yes.
Supervisor Groves,
aye.
Supervisor Finley, Supervisor Finley, we'll come back to him. Supervisor Brown, how do you vote? Thank you.
Is there any additional subsequence?
I believe there is. I would introduce subsequent item 7.2. And I believe that it will be brought forward by Lee Hillman, and I believe he is on the line. I'll announce the action and then Lee can take over. Move to discuss and/or take action to add a presentation regarding a proclamation of appreciation for District 2 Supervisor Judy Morris, and find that the need to take immediate action came to the attention of the board subsequent to the agenda being posted. The urgency is that this is the last regular meeting that Supervisor Morris will be seated as a board member.
Is that a motion?
I'll second.
Thank you.
Motion by Supervisor Brown, second by Supervisor Groves. Supervisor Groves, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Aye.
Supervisor Morris?
Yes.
Supervisor Fenley? Supervisor Fenley, are you on the line? Okay, we'll move on. And Supervisor Chadwick, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay. So as we have, with this COVID emergency, we have gone straight into the presentations because that answers a lot of questions. And we're going to receive that first because it's our understanding that Assembly Member Jim Woods will be attending in a little while. So we're going to just move him around until he shows up. Good morning, Marcy.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair, Supervisors. Today, there are currently 32 active cases. We have recently seen daily cases begin to decline over the last week or so. Thank you, Dan, for pulling up the dashboard. I appreciate that. We are seeing on average 2 to 3 per day over this last week, which is a good sign. We're still preparing for the Christmas holiday. When we see spiking cases after holidays, that's what occurred after Thanksgiving. We are currently in the purple tier. We remain in the purple tier. We have not yet hit the regional stay-at-home order that's stricter because our ICU capacity in our region sits at 29%, but I want to alert the supervisors that this is still very precarious. As you know, the other regions in the state, for example, the San Joaquin Valley Consortium, that region has no ICU beds available. Southern California is at 2.7% available ICU beds. And this greater Sacramento region is 14.8%. The only 2 counties over the 15% are us, or not counties, excuse me, regions, are our Northern California region, which we sit at 29% ICU capacity. The Bay Area region sits at 17.8%. So it's still a statewide issue that can create problems for our northern region as well, even as we remain above the ICU capacity for the regional stay-at-home order. Testing continues at our drive-through Verily sites. Those sites will continue, from what we hear from the state, until March. We've also obtained through our MOOC the Binax Now rapid COVID test that we have deployed to our clinic partners and other partners such as Jail Health. Those tests, there is a chain of supply for those, so we plan on being able to distribute those on a regular basis. Those can either rule in COVID-19 right then within 15 minutes. It's still required, however, that those be confirmed with a PCR test. We continue to build out our ability also to get the Let's Get Checked supplies as a safety net. We are deploying those to agencies that have outbreaks, and we're working on creating a mechanism to provide those more broadly to the public. One of the things we're doing is if the weather prevents the Verily team from coming to Trinity County, those sites will then become a distribution point for the Let's Get Checked tests, so that no person that's signed up to get tested at those sites will have to cancel due to weather, as long as our team can get there. The Trinity, as you know, vaccine is now big in the news. Our county public health branch has put together our mass vaccination team, and we're coordinating procurement of initial doses of the Pfizer vaccine to deploy to our hospital to vaccinate our hospital workers. We've been assigned 84 doses at a pre-positioned site in Shasta. We don't have the ultra freezer yet at our hospital to be able to store those. So those 84 vaccines must be given within 6 days. Not all 84, but whatever amount we take from Mercy, we can't refreeze it or store it in the means necessary to maintain the cold chain. So those vaccines will be refrigerated and they must be given within 6 days of refrigeration. So we're coordinating with the hospital, getting numbers, and we'll be procuring those vaccines as we can give them to make sure that we don't waste vaccines. As you know, the vaccine supply is staggered. This is only the initial distribution due to the manufacturing of the vaccine. We anticipate that we'll be getting not only more Pfizer vaccine in the coming weeks, but also Moderna vaccine. We're advocating for getting Moderna, and the reason for that is Moderna only needs to be frozen. It doesn't have to be sub-zero frozen. So the health department is used to managing those types of vaccines very well. So that's what we're advocating for, because those are much more easy to store, and there's not the 6-day requirement as they thaw. So more to come on that. Also, FDA, the EUA has come out, and there's a fact sheet associated with the EUA that we will be given to people that are getting the vaccine. This explains the risks and the benefits and gives them information on what to do should they have a reaction. We're also standing up on our website. Dan, would you mind going to the main our COVID page? The Trinity County coronavirus. Oh, go back one more, Dan. Sorry, go back to the previous page. As you see, we've added the widget information for vaccine providers. That's because that information is much more readily available. We will this week, now that we have the information for the public, be adding a widget, a button, a link for the public to go to and be able to see all the information they need to understand the vaccine and how important it is. So the only other thing I wanted to add was that the vaccine allocation and distribution is phased based on priority populations and the quantity of vaccine that's being able to be manufactured. So phase 1 is limited supplies of COVID vaccine doses, and those efforts will reach, hospital workers, those that are on the front lines. That includes also EMS, and it's just, hospital is the first initial, and then we'll go from there in that first phase to make sure and vaccinate all our first responders, and then from there, phase 2 is more doses will be available. Focus will be on providing vaccine to more prioritized population. That includes your critical infrastructure and others. Skilled nursing facility residents are in phase 1. Phase 3, enough doses for the entire population will be available. We anticipate that will likely occur in late spring or early summer of 2021. And that's it. Do you have any questions for me?
Questions from the board? Marcy? Yes, Supervisor Groves?
I have a couple. So how are we going to get out the prioritization of people? So I assume you're going to have to put something out. You do this job, you get in. If you're 75 to 90 or 100, you get this list. How are we going to get those out to people so they know what to do and when their turn is up?
Yeah, thank you. So what we've done is we've created a vaccination plan that's required, and we will put that on our website. It'll be public facing. So the way this is all, the way that we're planning on doing this is we've already done the background work to identify and map out where vulnerable populations are and the numbers so that we can plan how many vaccinators we need and how much vaccine we need. we'll be messaging to the public to let them know who those priority populations are. We will be having at least 5 points of distribution, mass vaccination drive-throughs in strategically placed communities in the county where we've identified those hubs of vulnerable populations, and the general public will be able to access those as well. Of course, there'll be Weaverville, I believe Sawyer, anyway, to serve all of those areas. And we'll be posting that, and I'm happy to provide you the draft of that. If you'd like, I can send it to the clerk of the board so you can see that. So it's coordinating very much how we've done, flu drive-throughs, although we haven't prioritized those populations. But we will be messaging to the public so that they know. We're not keeping any lists of persons. Once we open up the pods, we anticipate that we'll have sufficient quantities to be able to vaccinate those who want it.
And hopefully that they're longer than the flu ones that last an hour in our area. So.
Yes, Supervisor Gross, thank you for that. That's a great, one of the things that in planning during H1N1, one of the things we did in another county was do time motion studies to see how many vaccines a nurse can administer an hour. So with drive-through, the throughput is a little slower, so we've adjusted that to 15 vaccines an hour. So we know that's the variable that's constant. So then depending on the number, so we build out based on the number of people that we anticipate will be vaccinated. And part of that is those numbers of vulnerables we have and just the population centers, how many people are in each of those areas. And then we anticipate, okay, this is how many hours we need, this is how many vaccinators we need to vaccinate 500 people, for example. So yeah, that's exactly what we'll be doing.
Will there be any home deliveries of the medicine?
Not at this point. We're finding it challenging to just find enough vaccinators to vaccinate our populations at drive-through. So we're reaching out to the state to try to contract with them to get vaccinators. During H1N1, they use Maxim, where they had nurses deployed to counties. So we're looking at that. I don't know, we're certainly not opposed to that. I just don't know logistically how that would look with staffing.
Okay, and then I'm going to switch gears on you here. I'm confused, and there's a lot of people confused about the role of the hospital, and there's all sorts of rumors around town that the hospital doesn't take patients, not to come to the hospital, that they won't take people to Reading, just to go to Reading directly. So, but then I see that, we're giving them the vaccine, so obviously they're on the front line somehow. So what is the role of the hospital, and if somebody has this, what should they do? Should they go to the hospital, or?
So I can't speak for Aaron. I can tell you what I do know. I know that our critical access hospital, and any critical access hospital, is a critical access hospital. It's never meant to be able to, hospitalize critical ill patients needing ICUs. With that said, I believe the hospital put out their own message about that. What I can tell you from an emergency room background is that emergency rooms, patients must be taken to the closest emergency room if they're in extremis, meaning if they're in imminent danger and they need to be stabilized, they will go to the nearest hospital. That's what critical access hospitals are for. What I believe the concern is that with the ICU capacity precariously perched as it is, transferring patients from our hospital to other hospitals may become problematic, as other hospitals do not have capacity to take those patients or reserve those beds for their own patients. So the idea is that I believe what Aaron is saying, and I do agree with him from an emergency standpoint. If the patient is stable enough to take them directly down to a tertiary care center that has an ICU and a trauma center, that's where they should go. That would be Shasta. We're also looking at Eureka if Shasta can't take our patients. So that is the appropriate response. The only other lever to be able to do something to help ensure our population is well taken care of in the appropriate care centers is for an ER to go on diversion. And that is not a good option. We want people to be able to be stabilized if they're if they're critically ill. So that's in essence all I can really say about that. Beyond we're working with our state EMS, our DHMS, Aaron, our hospital administrator, our CNO, and just constantly looking at, okay, what do we do if this? What do we do if that? How do we ensure the safety of our population and that they get where they need to get? And with your other question, Supervisor Groves, regarding the vaccine for hospital essential workers is not premised on their ability to take COVID patients. And ER sees patients that, by virtue of their business as an emergency room, any person that comes in contact with them could potentially be infectious with COVID. The skilled nursing facility, virtually many people in the hospital contact the skilled nursing facility. We want to protect those residents. We want to vaccinate our hospital staff because we need them. Part of the problem with also critical access hospitals is staffing. There's a shortage when all the ICU beds are taken up in California, or the majority of them are. Those are staffed beds. So those are nurses that have to take care of those patients. If we lose one nurse in our hospital to COVID, illness, being out, we'll be in dire straits. So we need to make sure that we protect our hospital workers so that they continue to do the essential work that they do.
Okay, and one last question. Thank you for your indulgence. So early on in this crisis, the National Guard came in and set up beds, I believe, at the convention center. I'd heard rumors that there were 4 ICU temporary beds here, that, you know, all over the state there was this big buildup, and then it didn't hit as hard, or people did the right thing, and then they all kind of went away. But now that we're needing all these, what's happened to all the military beds and the ships and all that sort of thing?
So the state has set up alternate care sites. There's one at the Sleep Train Arena. So some of those sites that they have, that they deployed in the beginning of the pandemic, they're starting to do that again. And some of those, I believe, are currently able to take patients. Sleep Train, I believe, is. I did have a conversation with John Driscoll, who is Assemblymember Huffman's staff person. And I did ask the question about the use of those ships that were offshore in San Francisco that were essentially floating hospitals. And is there a chance that those will be deployed? And I didn't get an answer, but I understand why. There's just not the answer yet for that. But those questions are being asked, Supervisor Groves. Yeah.
Thank you for everything you've done, Marcy. Thank you.
Supervisor Morris?
Thank you. Tagging a little bit off of Supervisor Groves' question, will the clinic be able to offer additional testing and or a vaccination, a kind of outpost?
Yeah, we have, with any type of mass vaccination as part of our emergency preparedness, we have push-pull models. The push model is we push it out to partners to vaccinate so that we have a network of vaccinators to reach all populations. And then we pull people towards us. Those are the pods, the drive-throughs, pulling people to our mass vaccination sites.
Great, and that would apply to both testing and vaccination.
So we don't pull testing to our public health department, we push all testing out. Okay. So that is correct. The clinic has the rapid tests. Okay. The clinic we work with them through our MOOC to ensure they have testing supplies. All the supplies that are available to us are available to them. Okay.
Then my other question, I don't know if it's on our website, I meant to look, but you know, there seems to be a little confusion between, and I don't know if we need to do another level of messaging around isolation versus quarantine. So for members of the public that I've spoken with, there seems to be, well, what do I get to do in quarantine versus isolation? And I don't know if we just need to do a quick fact sheet on the website just to remind people I don't know if you're hearing the same thing.
So Dan, could you pull up the website again for me? There is a link on the website to self-isolation and self-quarantine. It provides all the information.
Oh, great.
And Dan, I don't know exactly where that's at. I'm not sure if you do, but maybe I should have pulled up. We're adding layers to the website. So there is information regarding self-quarantine, self-isolation.
Okay, I'll look.
And there's also definitions on the dashboard
Okay.
of what quarantine and isolation is.
I just heard some different interpretations.
I would also like to ask all the supervisors, if you get questions like that from the public, please refer to them to the frequently asked questions. That way we can answer them in a public format and everyone can see the answers to that. That's where we do post a lot of things. That's a really good way to obtain information is frequently asked questions.
Okay, and then my last just comment is just thank you again and your team. I know you guys have just been nonstop for the past 8 or 9 months. I've lost track when this whole thing started. So thank you very much. I know it's not been an easy task, and just keep up the good work and stay safe.
Thank you. And you know, if I might say something, because I stand up here as the face of public health, but I really want to call out our team because they are phenomenal. We could not, none of this would have happened without them. Arena Irwin, Amanda Braxton, Kirsten Forslund, Carlene Bramlett, Naomi Underwood, Kathy Thompson, Martha Navarro, Kate Glazeski, my director, Liz Hamilton, Tiffany Wood. I'm hoping I don't forget anyone. They're amazing, and I want our public to know that we are all so fortunate to have an amazing public health team.
Indeed, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, and I don't hear Supervisor Finley, so thank you for recognizing those people and bringing their names into the public record. I appreciate that very much, and we really hope for you to have a better 2021. So thank you, Mercy.
Thank you.
So seeing that our presentation from Assemblymember Jim Wood is still not here, we're going to move on to I think I'm going to back up to the public comment period of today because I don't think that the rest of the presentations will have anything to do with the questions that the public comment might have. So public comment this time is for information from the public on matters not appearing on this agenda or within the consent calendar. All comments are limited to 3 minutes and must pertain to matters within this jurisdiction of this board. When addressing the board, please state your name for the record and address the board as a whole through the chair. No action or discussion will be conducted on matters not listed on the agenda. However, the chair may refer the subject matter to the appropriate department for follow-up or schedule the matter on a subsequent board agenda. Ms. Emma, I'll turn this portion over to you.
If there's anyone on the Zoom wanting to make public comment at this time, please either message me or raise your hand. I'll give you just a couple seconds to get that in. Oh, we have one from Anna.
Anna, I believe it's probably Anna Wright. Anna Wright? You're muted on, I can see your mute is still on.
I think we're going to need just 1 second to handle some technical things.
Okay.
Can we take a break for a minute to fix this?
We're going to take a IT break. That means we don't know how long it will take.
So sorry.
Oh, man.
I knew it. Do it.
No, I just want to make sure. It's following along.
Okay, take care. I look forward to talking to you.
So I thought maybe I died. What's that, Kessler's? What do you got there?
I thought we could make it through presentations, but
It's my mandatory half gallon a day. Strive to achieve.
Of water?
Yeah.
Yeah, good for you.
My wife, she went to work at the DA's office, she drinks so much water all the time. They did a drug test, it came back as a false negative because it was so watered down. And I'm like,
She was high on water.
yeah. So she, so I'm like, you don't take a half gallon of water before you do a drug test. It makes it look like. I should do a second one or something.
Plus, that can't be good for you.
Let's see, I get into that. It's functioning too much.
You can't die.
You can.
Let me take some of that.
Especially like deionized water.
Yeah, or distilled water. There's a lot of people that don't know distilled water pulls all the nutrients out of your body with 0 parts per million. And all these people around here going up to the hills, oh, I want to drink creek water, I want to drink creek water. And they're just like, get that distilled stuff. Oh man, I'm just drinking so much water. Oh, why am I so exhausted?
Cold.
It's your day, Miss Morris. You can set it wherever you want.
I'm just taking requests.
Yeah, it's chilly in here.
Well, we want one that wants it at 45.
Okay.
Not me,
I
I'm
think
cold too.
normally we do the
Oh, I gotta
subsequent
play the other one
later,
there.
but since it's
Hang on.
I'm gonna move the ones that have recognition onto the front. And I'll make
This
it.
is how it is at my house.
Is it kick on?
Yeah, something. I don't know if it was the air conditioner or not.
Is that noise rain or the heater?
I think that's the AC.
It's heat, hopefully not air conditioning.
We're good?
From,
We're good?
doesn't matter, whatever. It's from Can't touch the thermostat. My house.
No, that's fine.
Leave it out, I can check it.
That's okay.
Got it on.
Can you turn it down from your phone?
Oh,
That
yeah.
answers the question. We're back.
Yeah.
The audio is on.
Hey, there's John. Thank you.
Yeah, turn the air conditioner on, heater on, whatever.
You can do the mics. Okay. We're back.
Okay, so we are back online and we had just moved into public comment and we had called on Miss Anna Wright for public comment. Anna?
Can you hear me okay?
We can now. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you for your time, Chair Chadwick and Commissioners. I want to thank everybody first, the Commissioners who this is going to be one of their last meetings coming up. Thank you so much for your service. I really appreciate everything the board has done to try to move this program forward. I would like to actually comment on the program today. And I would like to bring to the board's attention a December 8th memo from the planning department stating that they would no longer be accepting 2020 renewals effective of that date, the date for the urgency ordinance. The greatest issue that I see in this memo lies with the inconsistency with the urgency ordinance. In the ordinance, it states the following. On page 1, whereas in order to obtain a renewal license in 2020, an applicant for a cultivation license had to have received a license for the 2018 and/or 2019 cultivation years. And page 2, whereas it would be inequitable to expose applicants for cannabis cultivation license to these consequences due to the circumstances beyond their control, including the effect of COVID-19 and shortages in county staffing. So to recognize in our urgency ordinance that COVID-19 has negatively impacted the department, and this memo does not give the same recognition to cultivators and their struggles this year. And I believe that this is a little bit hypocritical. These cultivators also have had current and valid state licenses. They've had 2018 and 2019 renewals and have been impacted as well this year for some people who have not yet been able to submit their 2020 renewals of payments or people who did so late. This industry has really put so much good faith into the county for the entirety of their shutdown this past year, and I would just ask for that to be reciprocated. I do want to ask that the board gives direction to staff and allow those who have had 2018 and 2019 licenses, as the urgency ordinance states, the purpose of that ordinance is to help these people continue on their process. Give everybody to the end of the calendar year to submit 2020 renewals and payments. To cut it off so abruptly and to take such abrupt action just goes directly against what we're trying to do with this urgency ordinance. So I would ask that in the next 15 days that the county continues to accept the fees in the 2020 renewal licenses for those who have had previous licenses and continue to allow them to operate their businesses as this urgency ordinance is meant to do. I appreciate this time, and I appreciate the county giving back to the cultivators the same relief that they're getting from this pandemic this year, the fires, so many struggles. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Wright.
Is there anyone else wanting to make public comment?
Yes. This is Lee Shulman.
Go ahead, Lee.
Yes, I'm not sure if I'm supposed to be presenting this resolution or when I'm supposed to be presenting it.
Not quite yet. We're moving in that direction. There's a couple things in front of us.
Oh, okay. Thank
Soon.
you very much.
Thank you, Lee.
We're going to move to the boardroom real quick for a public comment.
Good morning, members of the board, Chair Chadwick, Jill Cox, District 2 Supervisor-elect. I appreciate the opportunity to speak before you this morning, and Chair Chadwick and Supervisor Fenley, if you are online and can hear, I certainly appreciate and acknowledge the transition before you. Supervisor Brown and Supervisor Groves, CAO Coons, I look forward to working with you. But the point of my comments this morning is directed at Supervisor Morris. Supervisor Morris, I wish to publicly thank you for 12 years of sacrificial service to Trinity County, to District 2 specifically, and to me personally. I have also appreciated your kindness and your graciousness in consideration of the approaching transition, and I thank you for that as well. Be assured that I do not take lightly the fact that I will occupy a seat that has been acclimated for over a decade of knowledge and experience. I will do my utmost in the days and years ahead to apply wisdom to my developing understanding. When you wake up on January the 5th, perhaps a bit later than you previously have been accustomed, if your slippers feel surprisingly less comfortable than expected, know that I will be holding you in my prayers as you transition into what's next. That it will be exciting and rewarding and worthy of the same energy and commitment that you have given our county. This basket that I'm giving you today, it contains items from just a handful of our wonderful local businesses. I hope that you will enjoy them, knowing that you have worked very hard in advocating for the survival of each proprietor during this pandemic. I would highlight that the 2020 Jake Jackson Museum Christmas ornament very fittingly boasts a spiral staircase of Main Street. I was pleased to include it, and I hang one on my tree as well. Thank you again for your tireless and compassionate work. It will be my great honor to now serve you as my constituent, and it would be my great joy to count you as my friend. Thank you.
Kevin, you're officially making me crack like an egg. Thank you, Supervisor-elect. I really appreciate those kind, wonderful words and wish you the best of luck. It will be a... Thank you.
Chair recognizes you.
It will hold tight, Daryl. Supervisor-elect, it will be prepare for unexpected twists and turns, and you're going to be working with some great staff and existing two new board members, but Supervisor Brown and Supervisor Groves. And anything I can do to answer questions, please let me know. Thank you very much.
Daryl.
Yeah, Daryl Forsland, Weaverville. One couple things. The first one is that Marcy recognized Kirsten Forsland, and I just want to remind everybody that Kirsten is married to Josh Ford now, so we don't want to overlook that. The other thing, and I'm not part of the medical staff of the hospital, but I want to assure everybody that both the emergency room and the clinic are prepared to deal with COVID patients as they come in, and we'll direct them to the appropriate for whatever their condition happens to be. So we're trying not to bring them into the hospital if we can, but if that happens to be the case where they would need to be there, then they would be accepted in the hospital, and we are prepared to deal with, manage those patients. But basically, if you're having symptoms, the clinic and the emergency room are still
places to go to get started with, because those folks will direct what your appropriate condition might be. It might be that you could go home and be quarantined, or you might have to go to a larger facility. But just be aware that the hospital is in fact prepared and dealing with COVID patients as they come into both the clinic and the emergency room. So thank you.
Thank you for that clarification on a question that was posed earlier. So with that, we're going to take things, go ahead. One more? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were done online.
No, we have John's iPhone.
John's iPhone.
Good morning, Supervisors. John Brower from Johnson City, and I also would like to deeply, deeply thank the outgoing supervisors and planning commissioners for many years of hard work and really fighting hard for the whole community. And I'd also like to, is this my opportunity to pull an item out of the consent agenda under the new rules?
In public comment, you can bring attention, stop his time, because this is new. I don't want to take away from his time. You can bring the item before the board, and then if any of the board members feel it's necessary to pull it on your behalf, we would do it later. But yes, to answer your question, this would be your time in public comment for that.
I'd like to pull item 2.1 also.
Okay, go ahead and start. 2.1. Do you want to expound on that since you have time remaining?
Oh, I just have a question. If that grant, $93,000, if it's a Prop 64 grant, if it's an additional contribution or a benefit to our county that comes from our local cannabis program.
Okay. All right. Thank you for your inquiry.
And once again, I can't thank Supervisors Chadwick, Fenley, and Morrison enough, and Commissioner Matthews. I've been a 6-year club. I've watched you all work really hard for your entire community, and I can't thank you enough. And I just want to wish you a Merry Christmas and a bright future. Thank you.
Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Is there anyone else with public comment? I'm not seeing any.
Okay, so it is not a customary thing that we would take a subsequent earlier than at the end. However, we do have people that are on Zoom that are specifically with us to speak, and in order to accommodate their concerns, I am going to go out of order, and I am going to pull subsequent item number 7.2 and bring it forward at this time to present the resolution of appreciation from North Coast Resource Partnership to Supervisor Morris. Supervisor Brown, would you like to take it from here?
Yeah. I believe if you can hear us, you can take over now, and the floor is yours.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
I've shared my screen with you. I'm here on behalf of the North Coast Resource Partnership. I'm the vice chairman of that organization, and I'd like to present this resolution in appreciation for Trinity County Supervisor Judy Morris. Can I read the resolution?
Yes, please.
Whereas with the united support from her colleagues on 7 North Coast County Boards of Supervisors and tribes representing the northern, central, and southern areas of the region, Judy Morris has participated as an invaluable member of the North Coast Resource Partnership Policy Review Panel since 2010, who was unanimously elected as vice chair in 2012 and as chairman in as chair in 2015. Whereas Judy Morris worked with her colleagues on the policy review panel to develop the North Coast Resource Partnership Plan, unanimously adopted by all 7 North Coast County Boards of Supervisors, as well as participating tribes. And whereas Judy Morris and her colleagues on the North Coast Resource Partnership Regional Forest and Fire Capacity Program Ad Hoc Committee developed a region-wide strategy for fuel load reduction and forest health, including the identification of priority forest health and fire resiliency projects, strategies, and tools for the North Coast region. And whereas Judy Morris and her colleagues on the funding ad hoc committee explore mechanisms to ensure long-term resiliency of funding and financing for the North Coast Resource Partnership. And whereas Judy Morris and other members of the Proposition 1 ad hoc committee developed a North Coast Resource Partnership tribal and disadvantaged community involvement program to provide a broad suite of technical assistance and outreach services in support of economically disadvantaged and tribal communities in the North Coast region. And whereas Judy Morris demonstrated commitment on behalf of Trinity County constituents to assert their goals and objectives among 7 diverse counties, North Coast tribes, and more than 120 public agencies, watershed groups, non-governmental organizations, and was instrumental in establishing the trust necessary for the North Coast's success. Whereas Judy Morris and her policy review panel colleagues oversaw the development of the North Coast Resource Partnership funding applications, resulting in highly ranked proposals that brought more than $85 million in water, forest, health, and energy-related grant funding to the North Coast region, leveraging over $160 million in matching funds. And whereas Judy Morris's thoughtful, collegial, and compassionate leadership style fostered an atmosphere of inclusiveness, respect for local knowledge, and encouraged trust and regional communication. And whereas Judy Morris's leadership contributed to the local, regional, and statewide recognition of the North Coast Resource Partnership as a model of collaboration and positioned the North Coast to continue to successfully implement its plan, projects, and compete for additional funding for vital North Coast projects. And whereas Judy Morris is held in the highest regard and is admired by her colleagues, the Policy Review Panel, Technical Peer Review Committee, North Coast Resource Partnership staff, and stakeholders of the North Coast region. Now therefore be it resolved that the North Coast Resource Partnership's Policy Review Panel expresses its deep appreciation to Judy Morris and does hereby recognize the many contributions she made on behalf of the communities of the North Coast region. And I just wanted to say personally how much I appreciated Judy's leadership of the North Coast region. I've been with the partnership for over 10 years, and as has Judy, and it's been a wonderful experience, and her commitment to inclusiveness is personally been felt by me and greatly appreciated, and will consider her my friend, and we'll miss our road trips and working with you in the future. But I trust that the groundwork that she has laid at the North Coast continues a long tradition of just phenomenal leadership that we're committed to continuing. Thank you, Judy, for your service. Thank you very much.
almost speechless. Thank you, Leaf. It was such a, I almost started to cry when I saw you on the screen earlier. I'm like, hey, why is he here? Thank you, Supervisor Brown, who sits on the North Coast with me, for organizing this. And Leaf, so great to see you, and it was so wonderful to have you as vice chair, and I know you and the group will do some great things come next year for the region and everyone's respective communities. So anything I can do to help, please let me know in the future, and wish you were here in person. I'd give you a big hug. Thank you so much.
I'd like to add, Judy, it was great having that time on the NCRP with you, and seeing your leadership outside of Trinity County has been a very valuable experience for me, and setting a great example with the agency that is from Sonoma to Del Norte, tribes, local government, HSU, the whole diversification of that is really neat and inspirational. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm counting on you to carry on. Thank you so much.
So since Assembly Member Jim Woods is still en route, and we will go back to item 1.3.
Chair Chadwick, I have my subsequent that says resolution of appreciation.
Do you want to do that after you and John get recognized?
That's
I
fine.
was going to fit it between 1.4 and 1.5.
That's fine. Yep,
Okay.
yep.
I just figured this would clean up that one section.
No worries.
So, since we're all over the map, of course. So 1.3, present the outgoing chairman of the Board of Supervisors with an engraved gavel.
Madam Chair.
COVID-free.
COVID-free.
And I'll read it. You can hold it in front of you, and then I'll read the. And this is also from RCRC. Coordinate your spot here for your moment. Whereas on January 10th, 2017, Supervisor Bobby Chadwick sat for the first time as District 3 Supervisor for Trinity County and served as Chairman of the Board of Supervisors for calendar year 2020. And whereas Supervisor Chadwick represented the county on a variety of committees throughout her term as Supervisor, including Child Abuse Prevention Council, Colusa Glen Trinity Community Action Partnership, LAFCO, and Superior California Economic Development District. And whereas Supervisor Chadwick had a real fondness for our local Hmong population and worked diligently to bridge social barriers. And whereas Supervisor Chadwick was a passionate advocate for the matters she felt strongly about and always tried to do what she felt was right. And whereas Supervisor Chadwick was not afraid to ask the hard questions to ensure she had a full understanding of the issues before her. And whereas in her role as chairman, Supervisor Chadwick took on the role of mediator and leader of the board through some difficult discussions and did so with consideration for all sides of the issues. Now therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Trinity, State of California, does hereby recognize Bobby Chadwick as District 3 Supervisor for her 4 years of service to Trinity County. Further, the staff and elected officials of the county wish Bobby nothing but the best in her future endeavors. It's been an honor sitting aside here with you and learning from you. You have one of the kindest hearts I've ever bumped into without planning. Thank you so much.
Make a motion? Would the vice chair like to make a motion on that?
Please.
Resolution? Do we have to do that?
I'll second.
Oh, shoot.
It's
Can we go
moved.
second? Can we get a photo of you guys?
I don't know if we can.
With the new
COVID.
gavel,
Gavel.
or the new, and your award.
I could get it. break it first, Judy.
That's what?
I said if I don't break it.
Okay, good, she will with them.
I don't know if we can make break it now.
Don't what?
Don't post it. We'll get in trouble.
One more.
Don't hit Jeremy in the head with the gavel.
Okay, look at me, Bob. There we go. Thank you.
There was a motion to adopt the proclamation for Bobby by Supervisor Brown and seconded by Supervisor Groves. Supervisor Groves, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Morris?
Yes.
Oh, Supervisor Brown. I
Yes.
skipped over, I'm sorry. Supervisor Finley?
Aye.
Thank you.
There it
And
is.
Supervisor Chadwick? Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want, because we won't be able to say it in January when typically we do this for our outgoing chairs, I just want to say thank you. It's been a crazy year. Who thought that we would be in this type of situation thanks to COVID, and you've navigated it very, like, you're used to it. So good job, and thank you for your leadership this year.
It has been an incredibly unprecedented year. Just the fire alone put us all back, but COVID has really tested us, and in some ways it has brought technology into Trinity County that we wouldn't have had, and I look forward to seeing the future boards continue the outreach with the media and this being a media room. I appreciate all the words, so thank you. So we will go down to
Do we have time, because
10 o'clock.
this is kind of part of the 1.3, we also have two more proclamations.
I was going to go right into those.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know, County Administrative Office, I don't see it at 10 o'clock, so I was just going to go down. And whenever Assemblyman Woods comes, we will, we'll just hold that place open for him. 1.4, adopt proclamations of appreciation which recognizes outgoing Board of Supervisors Bobby Chadwick, John Finley, and Judy Morris. No fiscal impact. So I am going to read John's first. I think it's who I have in front of me. Okay.
I love it.
So this is a proclamation of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Trinity recognizing the retirement of Supervisor John Finley after 8 years of service as Supervisor of District 5. Whereas on January 2nd, 2013, Supervisor John Finley sat for the first time as District 5 Supervisor for Trinity County and served as Chairman of the Board of Supervisors for calendar year 2017. And whereas Supervisor Finley represented the county on a large number of, including PSA 3 committees, I suppose to say, of committees, including PSA 3, Area Agency on Aging, LAFCO Behavioral Health Advisory Committee, Trinity County Fish and Game Advisory Commission, and the Highway 36 Commission. And whereas Supervisor Finley was actively involved in the Regional Council of Rural Counties, vigorously represented the interests of Trinity County on state level, and whereas Supervisor Finley was known for demanding transparency in government and doing what he felt was right even when facing opposition. In addition, Supervisor Finley was very supportive of Trinity County employees and always provided encouragement during difficult times. And whereas Supervisor Finley worked hard to preserve essential services through those trying economic times, reduce the county debt, and promote District 5. His work has truly made the Trinity County a better place to live. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors of Trinity County, State of California, does hereby recognize John Finley as District 5 Supervisor for his 8 years of service to the Trinity County. Further, the staff and elected officials of the county wish John and Jose a stress-free retirement, but hope we will still get their wisdom and color commentary.
I move to adopt.
So moved.
Second. Okay. Moved and seconded. Yeah, what was in that check?
I'm sorry.
Motion by Supervisor Morris, second by Supervisor Brown. Supervisor Brown, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Morris,
Yes.
Supervisor Groves,
Aye.
Supervisor Friendly,
Oh, please.
and
Thank you.
Supervisor Chadwick.
Aye.
Thank
So
you.
I will be giving it to Emma, and she will put it in your mailbox for you, John. Congratulations. Would you like to say anything?
Thank you. It has been an absolute pleasure and learning experience to serve the public and serve Trinity County. I've made many friends. My constituents are, as all Trinity County constituents are, the best people in the world. I love them dearly, and I miss them, so I've lost them in the past 8 years. Thank you.
Can I say something, Chair? Supervisor Finley, this is Supervisor Morris. I just want to thank you for your service for the past 8 years. We've had some great laughs and certainly opposed each other at certain times, but it was that's all in the world of public service. So thank you, and I wish you and Jose a great transition and future. And I'll come see you in Hawaii if you go there.
Yeah, if I can make it, I like it here. I love Trinity. Thank you, though, Judy. Maybe we can just plan a trip to Maui.
Exactly.
So I'm going to move on to a proclamation of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Trinity recognizing the retirement of Supervisor Judy Morris after 12 years of service as Supervisor of District 2. Whereas on January 6, 2009, Supervisor Judy Morris sat for the first time as District 2 Supervisor for Trinity County and served as Chairman of the Board of Supervisors for calendar years 2011, 2015, and 2019. And whereas Supervisor Morris represented the county on the following committees: North Coast Resource Partnership, Trinity County LAFCO, California Forest Management Task Force, California State Association of Counties, National Association of Counties, Trinity County Collaborative Group, and North Coast Air Quality Management District. And whereas Supervisor Morris served on the Trinity County Budget Ad Hoc Committee and Commercial Cannabis Ordinance Ad Hoc Committee, devoting hundreds of hours to assisting the county to maintain balanced budget during difficult economic times and creating a commercial cannabis program from the ground up. And whereas Supervisor Morris was actively involved in the California State Association of Counties, known as CSAC, including servicing in a number of leadership positions. In 2020, Supervisor Morris received the prestigious Circle of Service Award for her work on behalf of CSAC and California counties. And whereas Supervisor Morris was integral in coordination with other counties in structuring and seeking funding for the Highway 36 fiber optic project, which will bring high-speed internet, a catalyst to economic development to rural Trinity County. And whereas Supervisor Morris accumulated knowledge of the county and the functioning of the county government is irreplaceable and will be very missed. In addition, Supervisor Morris has a remarkable ability to work collaboratively and never stopped encouraging everyone to do their best for the citizens of Trinity County. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors of County of Trinity, State of California, does hereby recognize Judy Morris as District 2 Supervisor for her 12 years of service to Trinity County. Further, the staff and elected officials of the county with her and Bella and Zeus, we wish you a relaxing retirement. We cannot wait to see what project you tackle next. And I will make that proclamation into a motion.
I'll second.
Thank you.
Motion by Supervisor Chadwick, second by Supervisor Groves. Supervisor Groves, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Chadwick?
Aye.
Supervisor Morris?
I'll say what John says. Oh, please. Thank you.
Supervisor Finley?
Yes.
Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
Thank you.
Boy, I just didn't think I shed any tears today. Supervisor-elect Cox just sent me over the edge for some, it's just like, wow. So thank you, everyone, and I just want to take a few minutes, and it's been a heck of a wild ride for 12 years, and oh gosh, have worked with so many incredible people throughout the county and the region, and all with the motivation of doing what's best for their community. We have a great staff, unlimited budget, and they do miracle work. I want to thank, the 09 board, the 2013 board, the 17 board, of course, all of you were part of, and staff, and administration staff. Thank you, Richard, for joining us, and I think it also is close to your anniversary of joining us for 3 years. And all our department heads, keep up the great work. It's been such an honor to serve Trinity County on so many levels, and I will miss all of you. I have no idea, you might see me out walking Bella and Zeus. I'm glad you included them in the proclamation. So I wish all of you great success next year on what all of you are doing at the board level and personally. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Groves and Supervisor Finley, I think you both have served with Supervisor Morris for the longest period. Would you like to add anything?
It's been an honor to work with Supervisor Morris in her vision of what a supervisor should be. There's many different visions out there when people take, but she did show me how leadership and her vision should work in a county. She puts in more hours than anybody knows to this job and takes it extremely serious and is proud of her work. I can just say that it's been an honor and it's been a pleasure to work with you, Judy, and I will miss that.
Thank you, Supervisor Groves. We've worked together when you sat on the Planning Commission. I think it was Cannabis 2.0. I think we're up to Cannabis 5.0 at this point. I know people perceive us as many times opposites of the ends of viewpoints. Many times we are. We've always figured something out and then never let it come between a working relationship and friendship. So that is how it should be, even with oppositions from each other. And at the end of the day, you go have coffee, you go have tea, you go have a beer, and move on to the next challenge that a governing board has to take on. So it's been wonderful to work with you, and you've put in many hours on the various ad hocs with me as well. And I wish you great success in your remaining part of your term. Thank you.
Supervisor Finley?
Supervisor, I am having problems hearing you. Judy?
Yeah.
Is this for Judy?
Yes.
Oh, hey, Judy. First of all, your dedication is incredible. It is outstanding to this county. And most of all, I want to thank you for the love that you express for Trinity County, you hold for Trinity County, and you project for Trinity County. Thank you very much, Judy.
Thank you, John. I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Okay, so, okay, we're going to jump up to item 1.1 and receive a presentation from Assembly Member Jim Woods regarding the end of the year wrap-up. Welcome, Assemblyman Wood.
Good morning, and we want to set the wire here as well, because as the start of my presentation, we'd love to, we want to recognize our some of the supervisors who are leaving us after today's meeting. So I want to turn this over to Senator McGuire to start us off.
Thank you. Welcome, Senator McGuire.
Madam Chair, good morning. Good morning to the Board of Supervisors and of course Assemblymember Wood. Good morning. Always good to see you all throughout the North Coast and very grateful for your work, sir. And we are so honored to be able to partner today to be able to recognize 3 distinguished members of your board and present them with the highest honors of the California legislature, both from the Assembly and the Senate, the combined golden resolution, which we are so appreciative of their service. We'd like to be able to first recognize, Madam Chair, if it works for you, we'd like to recognize Supervisor Finley first and foremost. On behalf of Assemblymember Wood, and then I'd like to be able to turn it over, we are grateful for Supervisor Finley's commitment to Trinity County, focused on not just promoting the needs in his district of District 5, but throughout the North Coast and, of course, the county itself. He has tackled some of the biggest challenges that have faced us in Northern California during his tenure, whether it's cannabis cultivation in neighborhoods, to funding for our schools, to recovering and rebuilding from wildfires. Supervisor Finley has always been there. He has served us well through the Airport Advisory Committee, of course, the Emergency Medical Services Advisory Committee, and he has put his money where his mouth is when it comes to supporting his constituents in need. It seems like there has been crisis after crisis during his tenure because of the wildfires, and we especially want to recognize him for his hard work, his leadership, and his compassion for neighbors in need. And Supervisor Finley, what I'd like to be able to do is turn it over to Assemblymember Wood to say a few words as well.
Thank you, Senator McGuire, and thank you, Supervisor, and a very strong representative for the southern part of the county, your district, and the challenges you faced with wildfire this year, your ability and desire to get into the trenches, to work with the state government, work with federal government, has made a big difference and it's a big contribution to your constituents in the wake of that tragedy. So I want to sincerely thank you for all of your work, all of your service on the board, your accessibility, and wish you the best going forward. We will have that resolution. I'm not sure where it is, if it's actually physically there. Is it? Do we know?
It has not arrived yet, sir. It's not arrived yet, sir.
If it's not there, you'll get it, I promise you. But thank you so much, Supervisor Finley. We're also going to have a resolution for Judy Morris. She's been deeply committed to the unique challenges of the county. Her leadership on the North Coast Research Partnership is a great example of her ability to build coalitions. She served admirably and with distinction with the California State Association of Counties and other representation on regional boards will be in this. She's been an outstanding supervisor and a friend. Contributions made to the people of Trinity County have been invaluable and made a lasting impression on those individuals with whom we're associated with. So I want to thank you so much for your exemplary public service and wish you the best in your and I'd turn this over to Senator McGuire, who I know has some words.
Thank you so much, Assemblyman. Supervisor Morris, we are going to miss you deeply. You have been an accomplished leader, not just for Trinity County, but through your various roles here in Northern California as well as CSEC. One thing that we can always count on is that you're going to deliver for Trinity County and Northern California. This is your home, and you've taken this position personally. You are a friend to both the Assemblymember and I, and when we were first elected, you were instrumental in getting us up to date, in the loop, and able to hit the ground running when it comes to the top issues concerning Trinity County residents. You've been a champion for economic development in the county. You've been a tenacious advocate for the communities and the people that you work for. And during the worst of days, our darkest of days when it comes to the fires, you have always stood strong, and you have been that rock. You've been active, you've been engaged, and you delivered. And I got to tell you, Supervisor Morris, we are going to miss you deeply, and we want to say thank you for your tremendous partnership over these past 6 years.
Thank you both for those really kind words. I'm a little speechless right now and kind of don't want to crack up and cry too much. So But thank you so much.
We love you.
We also want to recognize Bobby Chadwick, Supervisor Chadwick, represented the district and all of Trinity County with heartfelt compassion and a deep commitment to improve the quality of life for those with food and housing insecurity. She's been a vocal advocate to the changing needs in Trinity County. She traveled several times to Washington, D.C. to talk with federal regulators within her first years as a board of supervisors. Her time on the board has been felt throughout the county. Thank you so much, Supervisor Chadwick, for your determination to make a difference, to improve living conditions for everyone in Trinity County. Wishing you the best, and would like to turn this over to Senator McGuire for a few words as well.
Thank you so much, Assemblymember. Supervisor Chadwick, thank you for your tireless service to the county. You have been a committed member of the Trinity County Board of Supervisors. Whether it's your focus on homelessness, affordable housing, the dedication to the young people of Trinity, you have been tireless in your pursuit to be able to positively change the lives of others. And you haven't shied away from some of the most difficult issues, whether it's trying to be able to assist farmers and ranchers to be able to get a mobile meat processing plant, or tackling the issues of large legal cannabis grows. You have been there from the beginning of your tenure, making yourself accessible and available to the people that you work for. And you've also seen incredible progress, including the start of the construction of the new jail in Trinity County, which I know this entire board has been living the dream on, along with the sheriff, for many years. Your contributions are endless, and we want to say thank you for your work on behalf of Trinity County and, of course, Northern California. We're also honored to be able to present you with the highest honor of the California Legislature, the Golden Resolution. Senator Wood, I'll turn it back over to you.
Just once again, want to thank all of the supervisors who, this is their last meeting, I suspect, and I know it's difficult, these last meetings, and walking away. But I wish you all the best in your endeavors to come, and please feel free to continue to reach out to Senator McGuire and myself. Just because you're no longer on the Board of Supervisors doesn't mean we won't continue to be a contributing member to the county, so we wish you the best.
So we thank you, and I believe that I can speak for everyone who serves on this board. It is a privilege and an honor to serve the people and the public of Trinity County, and we do have the best team, and we have just incredible amount of people that really sacrifice their job to live in Trinity County. You realize how far and how different we are from most of the other counties, and yet it is an honor and a privilege. I would like to say that this is our last meeting, but just like the rest of Trinity County, the board goes above and beyond, and I know of 2 more special meetings. So yeah, we should be done today, but it's Trinity County, and we all have to do an extra 100% here. So we appreciate you taking the time, and we thank you for your kind words. And we know that you have many places that you need to be, and we really appreciate the time that you took to be here. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Bobby.
Senator McGuire, Assemblymember Wood, this is Supervisor Morris. Hopefully you're still on. I've collected myself so I can talk. I do want to thank you for looking out for Trinity County over these years. You're very accessible to all of us and members of the public. So, and you two both are very hardworking and nonstop to accomplish the needs of this county. So thank you very much for being here and your work in general.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to come back to, I believe we were going to look into a proclamation for, is that where we're at?
Mike,
We're,
my planning commissioner?
I was going to bring it back to the planning
Is
commission.
that what you want?
Yes, so we're going to look at,
Was there a presentation from Jim Wood on the wrap-up, or was?
oh, I'm sorry, yeah, I got totally off. I'm sorry, Assemblyman Wood. Regarding the end of the year wrap-up, would you like to speak to that now?
Thank you very much. Just, once again, thanks for the opportunity. I know you have a long meeting ahead of you, so I'll be brief. We absolutely wanted to recognize our departing supervisors. They're not leaving as soon as we thought, so I'm glad that you're all working, continue to work hard, and look forward to welcoming the new supervisors, Jill Cox, Dan Frazier, and Liam Gogan when they are sworn in. I also want to thank the Public Health Officer, Dr. David Kerpendahl. Public health officers have a really tough job right now, and I will say, you know, it may not be popular to everyone in your community that it is very, very important that we wear masks, socially distance, and wash our hands frequently to protect not just yourself but others in the community. Really on to protect their health. It's been obviously a really rough year in California with the virus, the associated economic challenges, the budget deficits, fires. It's been a really horrific year, and I think all of us are quite ready to see 2020 in the rearview mirror. Our state budget is better than we originally thought it was going to be, but better doesn't mean good. As a matter of fact, better just means the deficit isn't as big. And we hope that Congress will, before they adjourn for the end of the year, actually pass a relief package. And Senator McGuire and I work hard to ensure that as much resources as possible gets to our counties that we represent. But also, we work really hard together to try to ensure there is flexibility. The idea that one size fits all in government doesn't mean it works well for our communities, our rural communities. As a matter of fact, it usually doesn't. The number of hoops and bells and whistles and strings and things you have to go through to get resources sometimes is ridiculous, and we are constantly voiced for changing that. And we will be working together, Senator McGuire, this coming year on fire prevention legislation, and he's going to be leading an effort in the Senate. I'm going to be doing that in the Assembly, and together we're going to do everything we can to continue to work to ensure that the North Coast is safe as possible going forward. I know that small businesses have really suffered, and we continue to push for state resources to and our share of federal resources to help with that. And as a matter of fact, Senator McGuire and I were on a call on Sunday with the governor and some other members talking about some of the unique challenges we're facing in our rural counties. We don't, I will be honest with you, always get our way. We do the best we can and push, but we are outnumbered many times, and it's a challenge for us. I think that in general, the impacts of our rural counties have been greater than anyone expected, and I do worry that a larger outbreak, which might be small by standards in other counties, could have a really, really significant impact on Trinity County with our small number of ICU beds, our small hospital capacity. It won't take much to overwhelm the hospital. And so I ask, while it isn't popular, I ask that people really wear your masks, keep your distance, respect and protect your friends, your neighbors, and wash your hands a lot. My world as a dentist, I wash my hand constantly. By this time of year, they're usually raw because of the lack of humidity, but it's really, really important. We did a fair amount of work this year that in a really compressed environment My committee usually hears about 150 bills as the chair of the health committee, and this year we were only able to hear 36. And so that scaling down of work happened throughout the legislature because of the constraints we had in hearings. I would expect that you'll see a smaller number of bills in the future. However, they will be very focused on, I believe, on COVID response, whether that's economic, schools, jobs, businesses, and also fire prevention. That's going to be a big focus of mine as well, working closely with Senator McGuire. We will have a significant push on broadband this year. The Speaker of the Assembly is making that a high priority. There will be a number of bills introduced related to broadband access. Huge challenge for us with education. Obviously, we're seeing that in a lot of our communities that simply don't have it. The digital divide is real and it's getting bigger, and we need to end it once and for all. So we will be pushing not just because it's important to education, it's also important for economic development, for small businesses, and also for healthcare through telemedicine. So we've got to get it so we get everybody connected who wants to be connected, and make this work for us. Have been focused on a lot of health-related issues around affordability, consolidation of healthcare services, information exchange. We had hearings on those this fall. And while it may sound like a jumble of words to you there, the focus continues to be my primary focus, getting access to high-quality healthcare in our communities, and that's a huge challenge for us in some of our more rural areas. So I will kind of leave it at that, because I do know you have a long agenda ahead of you, but I do want to thank you for the opportunity to be with you today, and offer to answer any questions that any of the supervisors might have.
Yes, I do believe Supervisor Morris.
Oh, I just want to, thank you, Assembly Member. And obviously, music to my ears about broadband. Speaking of North Coast Resource Partnership, which is a big footprint of your district along with Senator McGuire, we had to always have to host our meeting by phone, because many in our region, we had 80 on our phone call the other day, they don't have enough bandwidth. So thank you for pursuing and not letting go of that broadband issue throughout your district.
Any other
Thank you, Supervisor. Yeah, we'll get it done.
Are there any other questions or comments for Assemblyman Wood? No? Supervisor Finley?
Nope.
No. Well, I believe that unless you have anything else you would like to add, that would conclude our time. We appreciate you doing your end of the year wrap up and participating.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I look forward to actually doing this in person next year. And I feel suitably underdressed. That is an amazing jacket there in the holiday spirit. I'm feeling really, holiday envy here. So thanks for brightening my day with your holiday attire.
You're very welcome. It only took me 3 years in Trinity County to start dressing like this.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you. Okay. I think we've done 1, 2, 3, and 4, and we're going to insert Graham at this time, which is a subsequent item 7.1, adopted proclamation of appreciation, which recognizes District 2 Planning Commissioner Graham Matthews.
Thank you, Chair Chadwick, for moving these proclamations up. I think Planning Commissioner Graham is on the line. Welcome, Graham, and it's just so wonderful to have you as my commissioner the past 9 years, and the work you've put in at the commissioner level. This proclamation of appreciation will describe your time and effort. And with that, I will like to read to everybody this proclamation. So, A proclamation of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Trinity recognizing the retirement. Wrong one. See, I am not having the most, okay, here we go. Sorry, Graham, there's so many proclamations going around. A proclamation of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Trinity honoring Graham Matthews for his service as a Trinity County Planning Commissioner. Whereas on September 6, 2011, Graham Matthews was appointed as Planning Commissioner for District 2. And whereas Commissioner Matthews was chosen not only for his active participation in the community, but for his extensive science-based and natural resource knowledge. For those who, I'm going to ad-lib a little bit, for those who don't know, Graham Matthews and his family were very instrumental in getting the new pool in Loudon Park. And also, in case you didn't know his professional background, he's a hydrologist. So, whereas required by code, in his role as Planning Commissioner, he has also served on the Weaverville Architectural Review Committee. And whereas Commissioner Matthews' preparation, questions, and analysis are pertinent, precise, and carry a significant weight with other commissioners. And whereas as a senior member of the commission, Graham was consistently available to lend a hand to help with issues and fill in when needed, including stepping in to chair meetings for the last 2 years when current chair or vice chair were absent, utilizing his knowledge and ability to be efficient and effective in chairing a public meeting. Although Commissioner Matthews anticipated the enjoyment of a general plan update, he was fortunate or unfortunate enough to be distracted by other issues facing the Planning Commission. And now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Trinity and State of California is grateful for the Commissioner Matthews' commitment and unfailing level of professionalism, his significant investment of time and energy and impartial approach in considering these important community decisions over the past 9 years will leave a lasting positive legacy. On behalf of the entire organization and the planning staff, he's been a pleasure to work with and will be greatly missed. I would like to move to adopt this proclamation. Chadwick seconds.
Motion by Supervisor Morris, second by Supervisor Chadwick. Supervisor Chadwick, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Morris?
Yes.
Supervisor Groves?
Aye.
Supervisor Fenley?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
Thank you.
I just wanted to, I know Supervisor Groves sat with him as a commissioner. You've been on that commission for a long time prior to joining us. I don't know if you have anything to...
Graham, it was a pleasure to work with you. Your insight was always very valuable. It's too bad we didn't get to the general plan for you, but maybe in the end that's a good thing for you anyway, personally. So I want to thank you for your service. It's been, the role of a planning commissioner in this county has been kind of topsy-turvy compared to other counties due to cannabis. And we appreciate your hard work and all that you've done.
Thank you very much. And Graham, thank you again. People, as they say to me, why have you been a supervisor this long? And I'm sure they've asked the same question of you. Why would you be a planning commissioner for 9 years? But thank you for your incredible dedication and commitment to this county. It can't be said enough. I know you guys tackle some really tough issues at the Planning Commission as well as does this board. So thank you again. And I don't know if he has anything he'd like to say.
Graham, you're welcome to speak if you want.
Well, thank you very much, Supervisor Morris and the other supervisors. It's been quite a privilege being on the Planning Commission for the last 9+ years. I started out my first meeting, I think, dealing with medical marijuana, and cannabis is still on almost every agenda. So as noted, I would have preferred to be involved in the general plan update, but perhaps as a private citizen I will still contribute.
Well, we hope so.
Thank you very much. It's been quite an honor.
Thank you. We're grateful for you. Thank you.
So we're going to move to 1.5, adopt a proclamation of appreciation recognizing the financial contributions and efforts of the Humboldt Area Foundation and Wild River Community Foundation in Trinity County. No fiscal impact. Susie will have the honors of reading this proclamation for us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Supervisors. I had hoped that the Humboldt Area Foundation had sent a representative, which I spoke to her yesterday. She was supposed to be here. So maybe they're on the line, Amy Jester or Jen Rice. Please speak
Amy
up.
just got in.
Oh, awesome.
Yes, I'm here.
Awesome. Thank you. All right, I'll read the proclamation. A proclamation of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Trinity recognizing the efforts of the Humboldt Area Foundation and its affiliates. Whereas the Humboldt Area Foundation is a community foundation whose mission is to promote and encourage generosity, leadership, and inclusion to strengthen the communities of Trinity, Humboldt, Curry, and Del Norte counties and tribal lands. And whereas Humboldt Area Foundation partners with its affiliate Wild Rivers Community Foundation, serves more than 200,000 residents in 4 counties and across tribal lands. And whereas the Humboldt Area Foundation distributes over $4 million annually in grants and scholarships focused on community building, youth services, health and wellness, art and culture, and much, much more. And whereas in March of 2020, the Humboldt Area Foundation and the Wild River Community Foundation launched the COVID-19 Regional Response Fund to support critical community needs in conjunction with the pandemic to support the most vulnerable communities in the region during the crisis. And whereas the Humboldt Area Foundation and the Wild River Community Foundation and their affiliates awarded 17 COVID response grants to community-based organizations, including the Trinity Community Food Outreach Program at $70,000 to assist in purchasing a food storage unit and for building an all-weather storage facility, and the Trinity County Food Bank at $21,412.50 to build organizational capacity. And the Roderick Senior Center, $6,000 to purchase food transport carriers, paper products, and an industrial freezer for keeping and transporting food to those sheltering in place. And the Southern Trinity Area Rescue, $10,000 for a much-needed new ambulance. The Golden Age Center, $27,150 for kitchen appliances, repairs, meals, and transportation. And whereas the Humboldt Area Foundation and Wild River Community Foundation provided an additional $54,000 in 3 grants awarded to Trinity County organizations related to fire response, in addition to funds to support Trinity residents from organizations based outside the county. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Trinity acknowledges and honors the outstanding efforts of the Humboldt Area Foundation and the Wild Rivers Community Foundation as the community resource for collective giving and for the work that they inspire in philanthropy, improving the quality of life, strengthening nonprofits, fostering collaboration, and providing leadership in the counties that they represent. It's my great honor to work with these folks. They rock my world.
I'm looking for a motion in a second.
So moved.
Second?
Thank you.
Motion by Supervisor Morris, second by Supervisor Brown. Supervisor Brown, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Morris?
Yes.
Supervisor Groves?
Aye.
Supervisor Finley?
Aye.
Supervisor Chadwick?
Aye.
Thank you.
And these grants have touched all parts of our county, and that's not really that common, so we definitely thank you, and we want to extend our thanks. You've touched every portion of our county with this money, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
Amy or Jim, would you like to say something?
Yeah, thank you. Hi, I'm Amy Jester. I'm the Program Director for Health and Nonprofit Resources at the Humboldt Area Foundation and Wild Rivers Community Foundation. And thanks so much, Susie, for bringing this proclamation before the board today. It's been an absolute pleasure and honor to get to work with you through the pandemic. And good morning, Chair Chadwick and members of the board. On behalf of our entire staff team, who I am also grateful to work with, as well as our board of directors, we appreciate the recognition and are honored to receive the proclamation. Before I share a little bit more, I want to just appreciate Chair Chadwick, Supervisors Fenley and Morris, and Planning Commissioner Matthews for your leadership and service to the people of Trinity County and the region through this really interesting time in leadership. I've appreciated the stories that have been shared by the folks that have spoken to your service prior to me having this opportunity, and just am so grateful for all that you've done to provide leadership in the county for so many years. It's incredible. So for Humboldt Area Foundation and the Wild Rivers Community Foundation, during the pandemic, we've reorganized to respond to community needs with a focus on those that are particularly vulnerable to the impacts of COVID-19 in our communities. Through this work, we've had the opportunity to give grants to and connect with amazing organizations and community leaders in Trinity County that are really working tirelessly, morning, noon, night, weekends, holidays, to strengthen food security, support senior safety and well-being, assist first responders. It's been a great honor to support first responders both through the pandemic as well as through fire response. Supporting childcare and TK-12 education, and then also those of you out there in the community that are coordinating community response efforts in general. So while we're really grateful for the recognition of this proclamation, it's really the community leaders, organizations, and residents of Trinity County that are doing the incredibly hard work on the ground to respond to the pandemic and co-occurring fire disasters. So it's our absolute honor to support the work that's happening in Trinity County. And if you see additional ways that Humboldt Area and Wild Rivers Community Foundations might be a resource through the pandemic, please do reach out to me or any of my colleagues. Thank you again for your recognition today, and thank you for your leadership during this historic time.
Thank you. I just want to thank Amy and her organization. Susie, thank you for bringing them to the forefront recognition. They really jumped in quickly to respond to, something that hit all of us out of left field, and partnering with Trinity County. And I look forward that they will partner with us. Well, they always have, but they really had to really step in and help us over this past year. So many thanks to them. And to you, Susie.
Absolutely. Yeah, they've been wonderful to work with. Anytime a need comes up in the community that doesn't have a fit somewhere else, I pick up the phone or refer the party to one of my contacts at the foundation, and in every instance they've assisted and received a lot of thanks from the community for filling that gap. So an excellent partner to have. Thank you.
Kudos,
Thank
yeah.
you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Before we move on into consent, I know that, Susie, you're our 10 o'clock public hearing. Do you have time to wait for us to go through consent? Or?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to ask the board if they would like to take a short break.
Yes.
And stretch their legs a little bit and dry their eyes. And so we'll come back and we'll go through our consent calendar before county matters, or public hearing, excuse me. So all those online, we're going to take we'll be back at 11. How's that?
Whew. You guys know how to kill a girl.
I thought it wasn't freezing anymore. It was actually shivering at first. Oh no. I was distracted. Do you want, is it warming up? It's warm now. Okay.
Susie, you have time, we can go into consent? Okay, thank you. Consent calendar. These items include routine, non-controversial matters and will be acted upon by the board by one roll call motion. If a member of the public has any questions or comments on an item on the consent calendar, they may provide them now. A member of the board or staff may request an item be pulled and considered separately. Earlier, Mr. Brower had pulled 2.1, and Dr. Coons, do you want to just address that rather than us pulling that?
Yeah, it's not related to Prop 64. It is actually Mental Health Service Act and the Department of Education, or the Trinity County Office of Education contract between Behavioral Health and the school district. So it's not the funding he was referring to, but if something does come up and he's interested, I'd be more than happy to share that information with him.
Thank you. Are there any members from the board that want to pull something from consent?
I have none.
John? Supervisor Finley?
No.
No? No? Neither do I. So with that, we will...
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Morris, second by Supervisor Groves. Supervisor Groves, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Morris?
Yes.
Supervisor Finley?
No.
Supervisor Brown?
Aye.
Supervisor Chadwick?
Aye.
Thank you.
And Supervisor Chadwick, sorry, I didn't mean to step on your words when I went for my motion.
That's fine. So now that brings us actually up to our public meetings and grants. Item 3.1, conduct a public hearing to consider possible applications for funding under Community Development Block Grant Coronavirus Program, CDBG-CV1, and adopt a resolution authorizing application for funding and the execution of a state standard agreement and any amendments thereunto under CDBG-CV1 program. No impact to the general fund. Potential revenue in the amount of $101,903 from CDBG CV1 funding for micro enterprise assistance. I almost gave you a raise.
And $1 million, that'd be great. Thank you, Madam Chair. And this item is nothing new in front of you today. We've discussed it in length for the last, say, 7 months. The state has redesigned the CDBG program, and in doing that, there's bumps along the way. They have reformatted the resolution. So that's really all that this is for, is to discuss the potential for the revenue from CV1. There'll be at least two additional rounds of this funding. We have discussed that we're going to use round 1 funding, many options, but what we're choosing to use it for is small business assistance, really small business, meaning micro enterprise, 5 or fewer employees. This resolution and public hearing are required to meet threshold criteria. Once I get this documentation, the application will be submitted again. It gets reviewed 13 times, and each time there are hoops to jump through. This is just one of the hoops we have to jump through. If there's public comment, I will take that now. The format for applications will be that what we've drafted in the application is anywhere from $2,500 to $20,000 forgivable loans for micro-enterprise businesses.
Thank you. Is there any questions from the board?
Just a quick clarification. I think I heard you say 5 or less that qualify. Is that just the state's definition, our definition?
State's definition of micro-enterprise is 5 or fewer. Once it gets past that 5 mark, it becomes small business, and that's the application that got held up by Superior California and that dilemma. So we'll be reapplying for that funding next month in January.
So this is separate?
Separate money. So this particular pot, CV1 funding, will be for 5 or micro-enterprise businesses, 5 or fewer employees. Bigger businesses beyond that 5 will be what they call small business assistance, and that'll come later in January. Just so you know, I can't tell you how many emails and documents that I've received from the state about the need to get this money out. We are a non-entitlement jurisdiction. All the entitlement jurisdictions, which are typically bigger cities and counties, already have their money and most of it's spent. And small non-entitlement jurisdictions don't even have theirs yet. It should be the other way around or equitable, and that's the problem. It's not equitable.
No kidding. Thank you for staying on this, for the old pot of money that we've been talking about for months, and then this will come in handy too for the smaller micro enterprise. So thank you again.
Absolutely.
Any other supervisors have any questions? Okay, so we will open it up. Oh, Supervisor Finley, I apologize. Did you have a question? I thought I heard something. So we will open it up for public comment. Is there anyone on Zoom or on the line wishing to make a public comment?
I see no movement on Zoom.
Okay, so I will bring it back to the board and I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve.
Second?
So this is resolution, so we will roll call anyway.
Motion by Supervisor Morris, second by Supervisor Brown. Supervisor Brown, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Morris?
Yes.
Supervisor Groves?
Aye.
Supervisor Finley?
Aye.
Supervisor Chadwick?
Aye.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank
Again.
you. Yeah. Reports and announcements. Reports from department heads, and I saw that we had quite a few online. So good morning and welcome to today's Board of Supervisors. I see Shelley Nelson. Do you want to start us off?
Sure, thank you very much. Good morning. I have a few items I wanted to review with you. The first is just to announce that due to the increased threat of exposure in the workplace for COVID, Human Resources, we're going to start rotating staff within the office, which we had not been doing up to this point. We'll probably be starting this toward the end of this week or the first of next week once we have the additional laptop configured. We're looking to kind of try this for the next 3 to 4 weeks. Hopefully it may not need to continue, but we want to make every effort to make sure that we don't have everybody impacted at the same time if something were to happen. And I think it's important to know as well, we have 22 active open employment recruitments going on, which is quite a voluminous amount this time of year. So with the rotating of staff, even though we are telecommuting, it can slightly impact our services, and we're incredibly dedicated to minimize that as much as possible, but I did want to announce that. The second thing I wanted to do was just provide you an update regarding the issuing to all of our retirees reimbursement checks to cover their medical premiums beginning for January 2021. A second letter was mailed out to all of our retirees just this past Saturday, and included in that letter is an ACH direct deposit form. We're encouraging all of our retirees to sign up for direct deposit. They certainly do not have to, but it does streamline and assure the timeliness of those payments. And the first round of reimbursement checks, I understand from the auditor's office, was cut yesterday, and they will be out in today's mail. This particular reimbursement check is the first one. It is going to be covering both January and February premiums, and the letter that was mailed out Saturday emphasizes that, so I just want to make sure everyone understands that that's actually inclusive of 2 months reimbursement. And then we have set up to where the first business day of each month thereafter, starting in February, that we will be issuing the reimbursement medical premium checks or direct deposits for the following month. So PERS charges the month in advance of the month that it's effective. So the first business day of February, when we issue those payments, those will be covering the March premium. And then finally, we're coming to the end of December, and we had adopted, or you had adopted, a interim personnel policy. It's Resolution 2020-61. And there were a couple items in there I wanted to discuss with you and seek some direction. The first is we had issued back in April 80 hours, up to 80 hours of emergency leave for full-time employees, and that was prorated for part-time employees. And it would have expired December 31st, so I was wanting some direction if you would like to extend that through, let's say, March 31st. We can revisit as we need it. What we would be doing is extending those hours that have not been used by the employees who it was issued to. I'm not necessarily recommending issuing a whole new 80 hours, just allowing those who have not yet needed it, it still be available to them. So that's my first question. And then if an employee, we have some new requirements now from the state and federal government about notifying if we have a positive exposure in the workplace, and we are already undergoing notifications of those to any staff members who have had direct contact, and then those who may have potential exposures. And we wanted to get your direction on if an employee, per the CDC definition of close contact, has direct contact to someone positive within the workplace, to send them home, and we would pay their leave while we are ordering them to go home during, up to 14 days. It depends on the timeliness of the exposure, but we would pay them paid admin leave for that time, which mirrors our current emergency and hazardous conditions policy. Then I do want to remind everybody that if someone does contact or contract COVID through their job, that we also have workers' compensation as a resource and available to them. And then we still have the vacation compensatory time leave bank policy that there is some interim exceptions to that policy. You do not have to be ill for more than 4 weeks. It's immediate if it's for any of the COVID reasons in that resolution. If someone is finding themselves without enough leave, they can certainly request leave from the leave bank to help cover their salary in that regard.
All right, are you concluded, Shelley?
I am concluding at that moment, but I am looking for some direction where I can bring the interim personnel back at a future board meeting to see if you want to carry over any unused emergency leave through March 31st. And then also allowing us to pay employees if we direct them to go home because there's been a positive exposure at a specific work site.
So are either of these items time sensitive?
I believe, yes, they are very time sensitive.
So I think we have a special board meeting on December 21st, and perhaps it can be agendized with the options for the board to look at, and I'll leave that to you and Dr. Coons if the board is.
Yeah, we can take direction from board and then bring it back to formalize the language at the next board meeting, if you'd like, because it does need a vote, so it'd have to be an agenda, but if we can take direction and bring it back and formalize it.
Well, then I'd like to just see the more details.
I think we don't know what we're making a decision on until we have a couple options. I think the first one, the 2020 -61, the interim director of the hours, that just makes sense, and it just sounds like it's an extension, but I don't know if there's any other options
Okay.
So, and the second one is, I think, to bring in alignment with the California mandate and the CDC with what our policy is, if I'm hearing Shelley right. So it sounds like we have to get that done. And I don't think there's any options if there's a mandate, so.
Okay, we'll formalize it and bring it back on subsequent, at the next scheduled meeting, which I think is the 21st.
Okay. Did that answer your question, Shelley? I know you had a third one, but it was a reminder. It wasn't really for the agenda, but it looks like you'll be on the agenda for next Monday.
I just want to make sure I understood correctly that I can bring a revised interim personnel policy to a special board meeting on December 21st for your review, comment, and approval.
Yes. Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, I see. Thank you, Shelley. Connie, you're on, and I'm just going to ask you if you want to do a report out. We can see your name.
Thank you. I don't really have too much to report. We're continuing to further our efforts in behavioral health on contactless services. We have installed a safety glass window between some offices so that we can continue to meet with people who may be contagious or to protect everybody. So we're working on our building, and other than that, nothing else to report. Happy to ask any questions about behavioral health. Sorry, I missed the last one.
Does anybody have any questions for Connie? No, you're good to go. Thank you. I'm going to go on to Tim Rogers. I see you up there, and excellent report. And you're back up 35 pages. Woo! Always very thorough, I will say. Love the graphs. So welcome, and would you like to have a report out?
Thank you. Yes, good morning. So let me just start by giving a thanks to Supervisors Morris, Finley, and yourself, Supervisor Chadwick. Thank you for the support that you've given me personally and all the other department heads and your service to Trinity County. It's much appreciated, and I wish you the best in your future endeavors. Don't have a lot to report out this morning, but I did want to touch briefly on criminal justice fees and the elimination of the fees, which won't start officially until July 1st of 2021. However, because they are retroactive, most counties are starting to make these changes now and applying them now. We haven't received final direction on this particular issue from County Council, and Judge Harper is of the opinion that we wait till the law actually takes effect on July 1st before we have full implementation. Full implementation actually has two separate components. One would be the removal of the assignment of any of those particular fees on new cases. And then the second aspect would be the retroactivity of current cases. Just want to assure the board that we've addressed both. At this point, we're no longer assigning those particular fees to new cases in our recommendations. The courts can take into account whatever recommendations they get from the probation department and make their final decision. But those are included or reflected in our current recommendations on new criminal cases. And then secondly, with the retroactivity, we will have in place the ability to go back and make any necessary changes or dismissals of current existing fees when this law does take effect. Also, in the transfer of the collections information from our county system to the new state e-court system. We did not upload any existing criminal justice fees into the new e-court system, so by default, we're already kind of ahead of the game over a lot of other counties. So, and the last part of that is the backfill from the state for the loss of revenue to the county on the criminal justice fees. Obviously, that isn't going to kick in until fiscal year 21-22, so there's going to be that time lag in between counties not being able to collect this revenue or assess this revenue on even current cases until the backfill comes in. And I don't know the final details at this point on how that backfill is going to arrive and if it's going to be specifically allocated for that purpose or have general fund use capabilities. Switching topics here real quick, just want to touch upon the DJJ closure real briefly. So we are working with our North State counties for a potential regional hub for 707B type youth or the type of youth that would normally go to the state DJJ facilities. Shasta County is right now the only North State county that is exploring the possibility of becoming a regional facility for that purpose. Hate to have all our eggs in one basket, but with the limited resources we have in most of our North State counties, I think Shasta is in the best position to be able to do that. So Trinity County is supporting Shasta County in this endeavor. That may include the possibility of additional contract services between Trinity and Shasta County over the next year. So I will keep you informed on that. And I have nothing to add other than to wish everybody happy holidays and best wishes for 2021.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you, Tim. Happy holidays.
Thank you.
See, Kim Hunter, do you want to report out?
Yes, thank you. I'd also like to thank all the three outgoing supervisors. Thank you for your support and all your hard work in this time I've been with the county. I've enjoyed working with each of you, and you will be missed. Today I'd like to report on we had interviews for consultants that would like to work on our general plan and zoning update for Trinity County. Those interviews were held on December 2nd. We interviewed a panel of 4, interviewed 3 very well qualified, very interested and experienced firms. We have chosen one firm and just finished up the ranking process just this week. So letters will be going out and an announcement will be made by the end of the week. But it was a very exciting step to take in getting going with our general plan and zoning update projects. Also, our office does remain closed to the public regarding COVID. We will start to look at staggering shifts and trying to lessen how many people are in the office at any one time. And we'll be working on that. Probably have to be working on that idea and concept as we have a pretty full office right now and have concerns about folks working so closely together. And that is all I have for now. But again, we'll make announcements later this week on the chosen candidate for the general plan. Thanks.
So I believe I saw Ms. White on there earlier. I only have somebody in front of me now. So Ms. White, would you like to report out?
I have nothing to report.
Okay, and I saw Terry McBriar up there earlier as well.
Good morning.
morning.
Good morning.
I also wanted to thank all the outgoing board members. Had a lot of good times over the years, that's for sure. Trying ones too. I also wanted to welcome the incoming board members. We have several different things going on in our office right now. We've had some people retire, some out due to COVID, all of that. We are also closed to the public, but we are doing appointments for those that are not able to use alternative means, whether that be paying online or money orders or all the various different methods. So we are doing some by appointment, but we're trying to minimize that as much as possible. We do have a limited amount of staff, and so we're trying to prevent any excess exposure if at all possible. We are also in the process of doing some recruitments right now. We've got some applicants in or setting up some interviews, so hopefully that'll pan out and we'll have some new folks on board. We're also working on, with the passing of Measure G, we've got some upcoming, with the new cannabis tax and implementing that. We, with the COVID, early in the spring, we did have a temporary waiver, but we probably this week, I'm assuming that I'll get that new one uploaded for those members that have, of the public that have been financially hardships due to the COVID. They would have to provide some documentation to provide that they had that financial hardship in regards to penalty waiver. And basically right now we're kind of inundated with payments still coming in with the timely postmarks that we're trying to get all that stuff entered and moving forward. We are still having issues with one solution. I'm still not live with that. Trying to work through that. Those are all some pressing issues we've got going on, but we're doing the best we can. Hope everybody stays healthy.
Any questions? Thank you. Is Angie on the line? Thank you, Terry. There were no questions. Good job. Is Angie on the line? I thought I saw her. Is she there? Okay, so I thought I just saw when you were scrolling, Rick Tippett.
Morning.
Good morning.
I'd like to echo what everybody said about the appreciation of the supervisors over the last couple of years. You guys are going to be very missed. I do want to point out, however, that Supervisor Morris represents the last supervisor that was there when I was brought on to the county. So it's she had quite a run, and it's hard to believe it's been that long.
Gosh, you're
right. Anyways, I want to thank everybody, and I want to miss Supervisor Finley and Supervisor Chadwick. So I wish you the best, and I'll probably run into you at CVS like I always do the other supervisors. Anyways, I just had one quick thing to report today. As I talked to you when I presented change order number 4 for the jail, I said I believe that the jail was trending in costs that were better than expected. And right now, we had just opened the water line bid, and you'll be seeing that soon, but that also came in under budget. So the sheriff had asked for a dishwasher a couple months back, and we've been holding on to that cost, but now that things look so much better and that we have the dispatch issues dealt with, we are approving a change order so that he will have that dishwasher. So we got him a partial kitchen, not quite the kitchen he wanted, but at least we have a dishwasher there, and things will keep moving forward, and we're really looking forward to getting it done first part of next year. So that's all I had to report.
Thank you, Rick. I appreciate that. And I just thought I saw something.
I do have a comment for Rick.
Yeah, we have a comment for you, Rick. Hold on.
This is Keith. I did get a note from constituent thanking the side of the road work on the road by Trinity Dam in that whole zone, cleaning that side off. So thanks for the good work there.
Again, I'll be sure to pass that on. Do you know what road it was by chance?
Trinity Dam Boulevard, the old, or past the dam all the way through, I forget what you call that one.
Okay, thank you.
So we're just gonna scroll to see if there's any other department heads. Liz Hamilton?
Hi, good morning.
Good morning, welcome.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. I, like my colleagues, want to just thank Supervisors Finley and Chadwick and Morris for your service and your vote of confidence in me and support along the way this last 9 months. And I will be missing you guys dearly. So thank you for everything. In speaking with Christy Anderson, Environmental Health Director this morning, who is of course very busy, she did report out to me that the phase 1 debris removal in the August Complex burn area has been completed. We continue to work on receiving the right of entry forms from landowners, and the phase 2 cleanup will begin soon. I don't have a date, but we continue to work on that endeavor, just collecting those right of entry forms. We have had a good turnout. Approximately 139 individuals applied for FEMA assistance, so I'm pleased to see that the deadline has passed. So I just appreciate all of our staff's effort in reaching out to members of our community. Switching gears a little bit, I want to thank county staff and other department heads for making staff available to our testing, our COVID testing sites. OES is partnering with public health in overseeing and running those sites as of last week. And so it's been wonderful having other counties, county departments support that effort in the report.
Well, some people get baptized by fire, and you got fire and COVID, so I think you stepped in right at that moment that COVID happened, and Letty's confidence in you was well placed. You've done a remarkable job considering all the incredible things that have happened, so way to go, Liz. Way to hang in there.
Thank you, Supervisor Chadwick.
I don't want to close it if there's anybody else on the line, so if I don't see you, please speak up. Any department heads? Okay, Supervisor Morris.
Hi, department heads. I just want to thank you for all your work. It's been quite a year. Fires, COVID, trying to recruit, get folks in your department. So it's been a pleasure, an honor working with all of you. You work very hard, and keep up the good work. I'll be your constituent. And thank you very much for your service.
Supervisor Finley, would you like, you're not here, so I can't see if you're pushing a button. I just want to give you this opportunity if you want to say anything.
Just thank you to all the department heads, and I guess I'm disappointed in my dishwashing job. That year has been automated. So, oh well, thank you very much.
We're all replaceable, so yeah. This is not our last meeting, but I will echo what Supervisor Morris said. Really appreciate all the department heads and staff, so thank you. It's been a pleasure working with you. Report from County Administrative Officer.
Nothing new to report. Thank you.
What? I don't believe it.
I have a question.
We have questions.
So and I might have asked this last time, but the tax plan that's coming forward on cannabis, when are we going to have a plan put forward on how that's going to work and how many people it's going to take and all that sort of stuff?
That will hopefully come shortly after the first year. We will be meeting with Terry, scheduled meeting with Terry and Angie, and then also some of my staff to determine what the best route is. Are we going off the state matrix? Are we doing our own audit? We have to, there's going to be a lot involved in that. And then we'll have to bring back to the board if that's going to require additional staff. So that is, first and foremost, we're at the first year to figure that one out, because we'll be starting to collect that shortly.
Okay, thank you.
I have a couple comments and questions. So I mentioned it earlier, but I was kind of a crying fool for a while earlier in our meeting. And it could, I just want to thank you for your service, CAO Coons. It's been about 3 years almost to the date, I think.
3 years on the 4th.
Okay, so we just missed it.
Yeah.
So thank you very much for being with us. Also, I had a couple questions. We tried to tackle the workflow and move some of those renewals on the cannabis licensing. And I think obviously the building department is linked to that cannabis program in addition to just regular building. And so I want to make sure we're not also overlooking that workflow for the building department. There are people, whether it's cannabis related or not, they're trying to get building permits. It's kind of a dry winter. I think there's still work going to continue, and they need to be able to speak to an inspector. So maybe there needs to be some, I know Kim is looking at it, there's some hybrid model that maybe contractors can get some little movement a little faster so they can continue to build or get inspections. If you could just look into that and maybe a brief update.
Absolutely, and as I think Director Hunter stated, we did hire 2 new environmental health specialists, so those aren't the environmental health people that we're looking for to do the CEQA. They're the environmental people that can do the building permits and the wells and the septics, that type of stuff. So they'll be coming on board and trained fast, so we need them trained so we can unclog that log jam.
Right, I'm also curious about septic tanks as well, getting approval. And then I thought maybe it might be helpful to the new board next year to look at this. I'm thinking about all of you. To maybe have a plan on your timeline on your new building, and also I think that overall cannabis plan, maybe some meeting updates of, okay, we're moving into this, just so everyone's, you have a majority new board and some new timelines for those activities.
Okay, yeah, I was, ironically, Director Hunter said we needed more space. I'm thinking if we only had another building for building and plant and cannabis, which we do, so we'll be moving forward on that to determine best space available and usage for that building to move. Definitely cannabis and planning. We may split, leave building and environmental health where they are for a while, but we're looking at moving definitely cannabis and planning to that new building, hopefully by spring.
Yeah, and I think just having a report out to the new board of progress on that new building and your overall timeline on that plan that you presented a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then lastly, I'll make a pitch for the DA's office. They've had quite a year. They continue to have a year, and I think any help your office can help in terms of recruiting for additional attorneys be greatly appreciated.
Always, yes. Thank you.
Any questions?
I guess
Supervisor?
I'm sorry. I would like to say thank you for the 3 outgoing board members. You were the crew that brought me on and entrusted me and believed that I could do this job. Hopefully I haven't let you down. I still think there's a lot of work to be done, but I've learned so much from each one of you. Your accumulated knowledge is definitely going to be missed. I lean on the 3 of you quite often and appreciate all the help and guidance you've given me. And your tutelage will not be forgotten. And I will channel each one of you at one time or another. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Supervisor Finley, do you have any questions?
No, thank you.
I just have one, and it's in regard to the new jail facility. At one time, this sitting board was going to be able to visit the completed facility, and the timetables got pushed back, and we've kind of just dropped that conversation. And so if it's not going to happen, it's not going to happen, but I was wondering what the status was.
Yes, we were hoping to do it today, but we realized this was going to take quite a while, so I think I'll look at Emma. I believe it's the 28th, that meeting we will
Our goal is the 28th. I'm still waiting for some people to confirm that they are available, but it will be happening.
Well, great, that's awesome.
So
I thought maybe it just got stopped.
No, we're trying to get the best. With COVID, it makes it difficult, so we're going to have to have a smaller group. Originally, it was going to be open to the public, and we're not going to be able to do that, so we're going to definitely set it up for the board and those distinguished guests that we can involve. So what we'll do is open up our meeting, then we'll close and adjourn to the jail, so we're looking at the morning of the 28th.
Okay, so dress appropriately.
Yes.
Bring your muck boots.
Well, you'll be
Your hard
inside,
hats.
so wear your orange, because you'll be inside.
Yeah.
So Emma, I had the 22nd, is that a date that's no longer part of that?
No, we will have a special meeting on the 21st and the 28th, and that is it. As of my knowledge, right now, at 11:42.
For the jail, I have the 22nd,
Oh.
so that was just a holding date sort of thing.
I believe so. Thank you.
I'm glad I asked the question, because I didn't know. County Council, would you like to report out? I take that as a no. Report from members of the Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Brown.
I had an RCRC meeting last Wednesday, but I'm waiting for a formal summary before I can report out on that meeting. Otherwise, I have nothing else to report out on.
Thank you, Supervisor Groves.
TMC, we keep moving along on our refinements. Great shakes going on right now.
Supervisor Morris.
Let's see, we had a North Coast Resource Partnership Executive Committee meeting mid-November, and then we had our policy review meeting last Friday. As I mentioned, we had 80 people on there. We all had to do it by phone, but it went really well, and I want to thank the whole group in the region, and are doing some great work, and will continue to do so and work on projects that will benefit Trinity as well. And yeah, I just wanted to, one last pitch to all of you board members. Thank you again. It's been great working with all of you, and keep up your professionalism. You sitting board members, you will be watching. We'll be out in the audience. We'll be zooming in. So thank you again. And then I do have one quick question for CAO Coons. I didn't quite follow the member from the public. I think it was Anna Wright, some letters she mentioned, and I'm not sure that I heard her correctly. Could you look into that?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Supervisor Finley. Thank you. I heard.
I muted myself. I'm not out of county travel.
Okay.
Is that what we're doing?
Yes, report out. So, and thank you. So I did not bring my sheet saying what I did and where I did it and with whom, so I can't report out. And so I apologize for that. And I don't know the details, but Bob Nash of Scud had been in an automobile accident, and we had missed a couple meetings, and Thursday will be our first meeting back since that had happened. And the fire chief's meeting this month got canceled at the very last minute because of the move to purple. So that was sad, because Supervisor Morris and I weren't able to say goodbye to a lot of people that really put their lives on the line for our county. So if you're out there listening, from both Judy and I, we will miss that meeting. So thank you. So now, how's the board ready to go into county matters? Move forward? Okay. So moving forward, county matters. These items include non-routine or controversial matters and are listed alphabetically by department. A member of the board, staff, or public may request that an item be heard out of order. Any reason to pull them out of order? Not seeing any. We will start with item 5.1. Authorize the county administrative officer and the auditor controller to approve any capital asset purchases and budget adjustments necessary for spending of the CARES Act funding received by Trinity County, increased revenues and expenditures by $1,381,343.
Madam Chair, would this item include the money that's going to businesses?
Yes.
As a whole?
Yes.
So with that being a business on this, I will recuse myself out of this item. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Richard Coons, CAO. I know it might be hard to entrust me wearing this outfit to be responsible, but what we're asking is because of the time frame and the funding and expedients need to be spended, it would be difficult we'd have to have probably 4 or 5 more special board meetings for the end of the year. So what we're asking is that myself and Angela, the auditor, dual signatures to approve the invoices as they come in from each department and fixed assets. And one of them, again, would be like the Zoom room here, and then what Supervisor Groves just spoke of, issuing I think it's around 212 checks to local businesses, so that we have the authority to expedite those funds, because they need to be spent before the end of the year. I think Susie's on the line, and she can probably answer questions in depth if you have any more.
Are there any questions from the board? No. Supervisor Finley, do you have any questions?
No, thank you.
No, thank you. So at this time, I'm going to open it to the public for any public input or comment, questions. Do we have any public on the line? You don't see any?
I'm not seeing any movement on the Zoom.
Okay. Seeing that, no public comment, I'm bringing it back to the board. And is there any discussion, or could I entertain a
So
motion?
moved.
I'll second.
Guess that's no other option. Where are you, Don?
Motion by Supervisor Morris, second by Supervisor Chadwick. Supervisor Chadwick, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Morris?
Yes.
Supervisor Groves?
Oh, he's out.
Or not Groves, I'm sorry. Supervisor Finley?
Aye.
Thank you. And Supervisor Brown?
Aye.
Thank you.
Supervisor Groves, if you would like to rejoin us. Welcome back. Is your computer awake? You ready to go?
Oh, I'm ready.
Okay. 5.2, introduce and waive the reading of the ordinance amending Trinity County Code, section 1.08.090 regarding compensation for members of the Board of Supervisors. No fiscal impact until 2023.
Again, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. As you remember, back, it was late 18, early 19, County Council and I did a class and comp or study, or a compensation study for board members throughout Northern California, and found that this board was grossly underpaid and hadn't received any type of increase in, I believe it was around 10 or 12 years, which I understand is very difficult for boards to give themselves pay raises. So we were able to negotiate and get a one-time increase for the board at that time. And at that time, I also said I'd like to come back and have the board salary attached to some bargaining unit, so we wouldn't have this problem 10 years down the road where all of a sudden we have to do that difficult decision and give the board a 25% increase just to catch them up above minimum wage. So this is that time, and we felt it was the best time. I didn't want it to look opportunist as right before this board leaves that, oh, we're going to ask the sitting board to give the next board raises. So what we did is we looked into different COLAs, and what we found is connecting the Board of Supervisors to the Superior Court judges' COLA increases, and then set that at a max of no more than 3% in a 3-year time period. Sometimes the state has more money and will give additional increases. So that this board, not this board, but the future board, would receive a increase every time the Superior Court judges received an increase, again, as long as it doesn't over 3% in 3 years. We originally looked at maybe one of the bargaining units, but then we felt again that could be a conflict in negotiations, because we didn't want the negotiating unit to suffer because the image that the board's given themselves a raise at that time too. So we tried to figure everything out to make it as equitable as possible without jeopardizing the integrity of the board or losing some negotiating powers for bargaining units. So that's why we went with Superior Court judges. We also, so there was no conflict of interest, we set this so it would not take effect until January of 2023. So obviously the 3 board members that are leaving would benefit from this, and the 2 remaining board members would both run for election in 22 if they do decide to. So we don't know if we'd have all 5 remaining 2 of the 5 remaining board members at that time. So what we're asking is that the board approve this ordinance and set this COLA so future boards and CEOs don't have to do that unpopular increase for boards. So this would hopefully eliminate and alleviate that issue.
Supervisor Finley, I can't tell if somebody else is on the line. It sounds
Okay,
like...
I do have a comment.
Okay.
I want to thank Richard for leading the county in this direction and thinking ahead.
Thank you, Supervisor Finley. Any other comments?
No, I would concur.
We need to run again.
So let me understand, the max that the COLA can be is 1% a year?
Yeah, equate to no more than 3% in 3 years. So say in the first year in 2023, the Superior Court judges do a 2.5% increase, the board would receive that. And then in say 24, they do another 2%, the board would only get 0.5%, and then not get anything until that 3-year period was extended, and then back on the track with the judges.
Okay, so I'm going to open it up to the public for any comment or concerns or questions regarding this item.
I do have a quick question.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. Sorry.
I'm not seeing any.
Okay, Supervisor Morris.
Richard, do you feel at this pace it will keep up with inflation? I mean, maybe it's tough to tell. I mean,
yeah, it's tough. My personal opinion, no. I think it's still we're gonna lag behind. But I think it's a good starting point, a jumping off point. Because the salaries currently are set fairly low, 3% isn't a big increase.
Right.
So I do believe that it's not gonna fix the problem, but it'll at least, if we do another study, we're not going to be 25% behind, we maybe only be 8% behind, which is a little more palatable.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Nobody else? Okay, so I'll bring it back to the board. Are you concluded?
Yeah.
Okay, so entertain a motion.
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Morris, second by Supervisor Brown. Supervisor Brown, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Morris?
Yes.
Supervisor Groves?
Aye.
Supervisor Fenley?
Aye.
Supervisor Chadwick?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. I believe it was 17 or 18 years.
Yeah, it was,
This board had not, the Board of Supervisors of Trinity County had not received a raise. And then when we did it, there was all kinds of really incredible gossip. That's the best way to put it.
popular, never is.
So I think that'll help the board going forward. So the future boards. Human Resources. Item 5.3, modify a departmental allocation list for Department of Transportation/Roads Division to read two transportation planning technician or assistant transportation planner or associate transportation planner or senior transportation planner effective December 15th, 2020. No impact to the general fund. Approximate costs and salary and benefits per month at a step for a transportation planning technician is $5,495. For an assistant transportation planner is $6,302. For an associate transportation planner is $6,845. And for a senior transportation planner is $7,445. Shelley, is this you or?
Thank you, good morning. So the Department of Transportation, the Division of Transportation Planning, they're requesting approval to modify their allocation list by increasing an allocation from 1 to 2. This division has the need for an assistant transportation planner or a technician to assist the current associate transportation planner with planning tasks. Transportation planning is tasked with administering the Transit Development Act, the overall work program, managing updates to various transportation plans such as the short-range transportation plan, active transportation plan, regional transportation plan, which all currently are in the process of being updated. And this department also oversees the operations of Trinity Transit. So having an additional staff member would improve their ability to manage the current workload and allow more staff time to pursue grant funding opportunities as they come up. And there's 3, for example, is the Federal Land Access Program, the Sustainable Community Grants, and the State Active Transportation Grant. Their fiscal year 2021 budget did not include 2 allocations. However, there has been salary savings due to some vacancies within the department, and the fiscal year's budget would cover the cost of this additional allocation. So they are requesting approval today.
And I see Rick is on the line. If there are any questions for Ms. Shelley?
I'm sorry, Rick is available in case you had any additional follow-up questions for him.
Thank you.
But I do not have questions for Rick.
Okay. Are there any questions from the board regarding this item?
Nope.
Okay. So I will open it up to the public. Not seeing anything, so entertain a motion.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you.
Motion by Supervisor Brown, second by Supervisor Groves. Supervisor Groves, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Aye.
Supervisor Morris?
Yes.
Supervisor Fenley?
Aye.
And Supervisor Chadwick?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Planning and zoning, item 5.4. Waive the reading of and enact an ordinance which amends the Trinity County Code Section 17.43.030, correcting an error of omission and including an update to reflect current state code for CEQA exemption, unknown fiscal impact.
Good morning, members of the board. Kim Hunter, Building and Planning Director. This item is the second reading. The original proposed ordinance was introduced to the Board of Supervisors November 17th, 2020, and after review and discussion, there was a motion to adopt the ordinance with recommended changes to the proposed language and including an update to reflect current state code for CEQA exemptions. This comes before you because on October 20th, 2020, Board of Supervisors requested staff to bring forward an ordinance to restore omitted language originally found in zoning section 17.43.030, subsection B of ordinance 315823, which stated only one application countywide may be submitted per person/entity or per legal parcel. On November 17, 2020, the ordinance included proposed language to be reinstated to the zoning code section 17.43.030, was presented for review and discussion. The recommended amendments to Trinity County Code section 17.43.030 by the Board of Supervisors is as follows. Section 17.43.030, application requirements. Section G, only one application countywide may be submitted per legal parcel. An update to language of section 43, commercial cannabis cultivation regulations for consistency with current state law, to read as follows. Section 2, the county finds that this ordinance is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, pursuant to Business and Professions Code section 26055H, which finds the ordinance exempt until December 30th, 2021, because this ordinance requires discretionary review for the individual licenses that are provided for within. No alternative is recommended at this time. Again, this is the second reading of the ordinance. Department's recommendation is to waive reading of, and enact an ordinance to amend Trinity County Code section 17.43.030, correcting an error of omission, including a date change to section 2 to reflect current state code. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Kim. Are there any questions? So I do have some questions and I want to review a couple things. On October 20th, when this was to be, and it might have even been before October 20th, so I apologize, it might have been on October 6th. You had requested, Ms. Hunter, that we have a conversation specifically about stacking, and we had agendized it, and at that time it was pulled from the docket because of pending litigation. Moving forward that same day, then we ended up putting the item that we couldn't have a conversation about on an agenda that then was moved forward to have before us on November 17th. At that same time, on November 17th, we were looking at what this says at the beginning, waive the reading and enact an ordinance which amends the code, correcting an error of omission and including an update. That's what we had on the 17th. But actually on the 17th, what we did was then we edited. We changed the language of the previous ordinance. And so now we're moving forward with a change in the ordinance that when asked on the record, I believe it was Supervisor Groves, if we can do that, County Council said it was a good question. And I've reviewed the tape multiple times, but then there were multiple answers to that question. and and then a statement as one of the responses. And one of the responses was that a clerk could have made this correction, which brings me back to December of 2018, when the Planning Commission had a list of recommendations put forward to go to the Board of Supervisors that never came to us. I have contacted previous staff to clarify if there was a precedent that there could be a change from the Planning Commission and on their recommendations, and I was told that there wouldn't be a precedent and that they did not have the authority. I also made some inquiries, and I found out that when it did come before the Board of Supervisors in, I believe, February of 2019, those recommendations by the board from the Planning Commission were absent from the board, so we, as a board, never had an opportunity to see them. However, those were delineated as well as this. Moving forward, staff brought this to the attention of the administration and ad hoc, and no correction was made in 2019. Simultaneously, we had the CEQA moving forward with this omission. Many things have happened since that February, including the federal decriminalization in the Congress of cannabis, which would help Trinity County move forward economically to be able to sell nationally and internationally. On top of that, we have moved forward our EIR from the Planning Commission, and the board is looking forward to one of the special meetings on having that. Then on top of that, we have now an urgency ordinance that was passed last week going into effect. We have an amended ordinance that if the EIR passes, that would be married to the EIR. And on top of that, we have a transitional ordinance coming forward. And on top of that, we have a planning put forward by Dr. Coons just a couple of weeks ago on where the cannabis should go forward as far as under his view as CAO. Having said that, it brings me to two questions. Why are we doing this? And why are we doing this now?
We're making the change because it was the direction of the board, and that is why staff initiated this change. And why are we doing this now? It comes back to that the first answer, and since I was not present on the 17th of November, I would defer to CAO Dr. Coons and County Council. But again, and back to the second answer is it's based on the direction received from the board.
And you don't feel that, like, under the heading that because we are not simply putting back what was omitted. We have changed what was in the original 315-823, I believe. We've actually changed the wording. We're not simply putting it back in.
Yeah, and again, I was not part of the conversation on November 17th. I was absent from that meeting. I believe the question was asked. And again, I defer to County Council and Dr. Coons on that item.
So I have a question, clarification for you. What is being changed versus putting back?
Well, I can pull out the exact wording.
What we're changing is we're allowing horizontal.
Oh, right. We clarified that.
And not allowing vertical. And so if it's the wish that we want to stop horizontal too, then we would have to go in and pull licenses or not allow that. But what we've allowed previously is you could only have one license per entity now, per parcel, and now we're just saying just per parcel to stop, because we have no ordinance for stacking, we have no environmental document for stacking. It was an oversight. Again, around we go, the document was supposed to be completed 18 months ago and has not been in. And so it's caused mass confusion out amongst staff and the public. And if we recall, the public had statements like, fix the ordinance. And so this is why we're fixing the ordinance, why we're waiting for a stacking ordinance, which, you know, these things will take time. So this is why we're fixing it now, to stop confusion, to set policy, and to move forward with stacking on its own entity and ordinance.
And if I may, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe we're clarifying that horizontal ability, because we did get questions about that in the November meeting, if I recall correctly. And there was concern that we would not allow that, and that was, I don't believe, the will of the board or the intention of the board not allow horizontal.
That's why I modified my motion to allow that, or put that, I can't remember if it was a modification or not. So just to stop the stacking, which we don't have. The horizontal would have naturally its own environmental work on each parcel. So we do have the environmental work to do that done, or soon to be completed, where we do not have it on vertical stacking.
Right. Thank you. And most of those other licenses require CUP anyway, if I recall.
No, not the horizontal stacking would not require CUP. That's just the standard environmental work that we have on ordinance today. The vertical, if you recall, the question is, would it require, because we have our only environmental document that we talk about is for 1 acre parcels. So we were talking any vertical stacking may or may not have to have a CUP, but since things went clear, this whole clear cuts what can and cannot be done.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make sure I understood your question.
And that's fine. And so the stacking didn't come forward, and that's part of the problem. The Planning Commission met in December. They put forth their recommendations. The board never received them. And then there was an edit. And staff at the time brought it to the attention that this piece was omitted. And why it is important going forward for twofold. That staff then became part of a consultant, came back to Trinity County on the other side of the counter, wishing to take advantage of a loophole, as any good business person would. She was told no. Another consulting firm came in later, shortly after that, and had recognized the loophole, the accident, and those applications were then accepted. Now with what we have done with the urgency ordinance, it overlaps this. Those applications can't go forward. So we are now, we are dealing with stacking that the new Planning Commission, whether or not the new board and even look at that paperwork and come back. That's one issue, that stacking didn't come before the board for whatever reason, which is, in my mind, an important question. How does it go from the Planning Commission and not before the Board of Supervisors? Staff didn't make that judgment. It was unprecedented that they said, and they said that they brought it to administration. And so then one consultant doesn't get to take advantage of it, and another consultant does. On top of that, we've already nullified what we're doing was in the urgency ordinance. There are no pre-new applications being allowed. There are no new applications. So we are recreating a barrier that has to be fixed later. And I don't understand why we're doing it now, other than to make it even more difficult, because we are not accepting applications, period, any new applications. So
Madam Chair, I can answer a lot of your questions if you would, and they have been answered dozens of times. The reason, first off, no staff member came to ad hoc or this board saying that that had been omitted. That is an error. Somebody may have known it internally but never voiced it to any other group. Secondly, if you recall, we've talked at this ad nauseum, that the EIR consultants are the ones that said it could not come forward without its own environmental document, which the planning staff and the planning director made the decision that they could not bring that forward. And, so that settles those two issues. The issue that why one consultant brought stuff in into the other, that's a good question that you could ask staff, but you also will recall you've been told on several occasions that not one of those applications was complete because nobody took in consideration of having to build a house on each vertical parcel, and that was in that was the county staff that said that would have to do for the ordinance. So they were not accepted as complete applications, and their money was not cash. So that is also kind of a falsehood narrative on that. So I think that answered three or four.
I would say they're responses, they're not answers. The first one that I would like to deal with is your point of view that staff didn't. That's your point of view. I've talked to different staff. I've talked to different staff. They have a different.
Did they come to this board and ask this board and tell this board?
That's not what they said. They said that they had spoken with you, with Judy, with county council,
First off,
and with.
Who are you talking about? Because if it's the two people that have, I've never spoken to them in my life.
The ad hoc has never spoken to interim director Leslie
What
Hubbard.
you said was the people that have consulting businesses.
No, that's not what I said. I said that the people, the staff, I talked to staff and I asked them specifically, how does the planning commission recommendations leave and never come to the board of supervisors? I asked them if they had jurisdiction to be able to edit.
So
they
did
said
you ask
no.
Rick?
No, actually I didn't.
He is the one that does have the authority to do that.
Right.
And so you chose not to ask the one person that could do it why he did that.
Rick, are you on the line? And if I may, let me finish. So that whether you think that staff didn't or staff thinks they did, I wasn't there, so I can't weigh in it. I asked questions because I'm trying to put this timeline together and understand how the edit happened. John Brower has come before this Board of Supervisors multiple times talking about that. Lisa Wright has come before this board. There has been emails that have indicated that had happened and then it didn't come to the Board of Supervisors. So that's a red flag to me right there, because that's when the edit happened. So that hasn't been answered. Let me finish talking, please. So the second thing, in regards to the consultant, and I'm glad you brought it up, because if the consultant is now giving direction to staff and didn't go through the board, I have a problem with that, as I have voiced recently when there was a planning commission meeting and there was an introduction to Derek Cole, and he gave basically direction to staff, and he ceased having a variance happening and proclaimed that there's no more provisionals. And I had never been even informed of that. And so if the consultants and the lawyers are now going to insert themselves in that, then I think we should be notified. And if the consultants had decided on certain things back in December of 18, we were still just beginning our EIR. It didn't come before the board. It didn't go through the proper channels. It didn't proceed the way it should have proceeded. And I feel like a lot of what we're doing right now is cleaning up messes from not doing it correct. And I don't want to not do it correct now for messes down the line.
No, you want to open up this to cause chaos. Now, the facts are that when it came through, again, it was in one language that went to the planning department. The words that were omitted were taken out because they had to be. When staff, not the ad hoc, when staff re-put it back together, they forgot the 2 sentences to put back in. They took the things out, but they didn't put anything back in. That's how this all started. The director at the time said we cannot move forward with this without an environmental document. That was not, personally, both I and Judy, and I'll speak for her, were very upset about that. That's the way it was. And so it didn't come through because there was no environmental document, and the EIR would not cover that. So it would be foolhardy to try to put something through without an environmental document. So that's why it didn't come forward. If you want to ask Rick, ask Rick. That's his call, that's his job to do.
If I would reiterate is, we worked very quickly to get stacking components to the Planning Commission in the fall of 18, before even retail. If you recall, we'd get comments, where's the retail license? We heard many times from members of the public, we would really like stacking. So we rushed to get components to the commission with the understanding it would be included in the EIR overview. Went to the commission, we are ready to bring it to the board, and we have said this when that item came before us in 2019. Right before the item was coming to the board, we were thinking all the stacking components were going to be in. Rick did come to us and say, time out. We're told by our EIR folks we can't bring this forward because it's not in their, snapshot, if you will, of creating their baseline for their EIR document. So as Supervisor Groves just pointed out, that stacking language had to be removed. When that was removed, the original language was not put in. And so that's how it happened, and we've said this over and over. And I don't think it really came to anybody's attention till many months later. I mean, the board approved it without that language, original language.
We did. We approved it not knowing that the language had been edited.
Right.
That is correct.
It was not put back in.
It was never brought before the board from the Planning Commission with all those other things. That there was a decision. You're saying it was Rick. I'm not saying it's Rick. I wasn't there. And on top of that, if a clerk could have made this fix when it was brought to the attention, I could be wrong, but my conversation, I believe it was Rachel Wood, I could be wrong, that brought it to the attention. And there was, if it could have been fixed then and just simply reinserted at that time, I'm having a difficult time understanding the very thing that we couldn't listen to Director Hunter on, I believe it was November 3rd, because of pending litigation, then comes back to us on the 17th as an action item, and now is back before us again for a second reading with an edit. We're editing the original language that was proposed. And so what I understood is when you edit an ordinance, it has to go back through the planning commission. But that was one of the answers, I think it was the second answer by county council on the 17th, that it didn't have to. So I don't think I'm bringing chaos. I think I'm trying to say there's been a lot of chaos and I have concerns. And I want to hear from the public. I want to move forward, but I am not going to say that there's been clarity on how this has transpired 2 years ago.
I think the reason you don't understand the clarity is that you don't want to understand the clarity. And the truth is, as far as my knowledge, it was never caught by staff that was reported anywhere. It was actually an outside lawyer who probably 4 or 5 months after the fact that I heard about that didn't get put back in.
Okay.
So staff never said, hey, you know, do you guys really want to leave this out? And so that's a total misrepresentation of anything that happened. And maybe they're just trying to cover their fanny now. I don't know or care. The fact is that without this language, we have chaos. We have no clear direction for what stacking means or doesn't mean. We can interpret that if we don't put this back in, we can interpret that you have to have a house, you have to have a CUP, and you have to have 500-foot setbacks. I think that's been discussed until this goes back through the proper channels again, and where you can do an environmental document, and then it's a waste. This is the quickest, cleanest. If you want to add back in where we can't stop, that we have to stop horizontals, that's fine. I mean, I'm just trying to help people out that have done this. But if you want to stop them also, we can take another look at it.
So we have a 270-day moratorium. Nothing can be done in that time frame. And in the meantime, we have had the directors say, and staff, originally it was 180, but they got 270 due to your subsequent, that they're going to bring forward a interim, a transition, and then there's going to be, after that, almost at the same time, the new ordinance, if this board passes the EIR, that, quote, amended ordinance, that's what it calls itself, I'm not giving it its name. So, like I said, I don't see anybody else wanting to talk. I want to hear what the public has to say.
And I'm just trying to see what, so your point about the 270 moratorium, what do you?
We have 270 days that we're not taking in any applications.
New applications.
Any new applications,
Renewals
right.
have to get
And anybody that already has a horizontal or whatever they have has to go through.
The new applications doesn't apply to this. That's a different issue.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Right. And anybody else in the program has to be reviewed by the director. So what is this that we're doing today? How is that creating anything? We've already put all these other structures in place.
It brings an enormous amount of clarity to our program.
Madam Chair, my speakers?
Yeah.
And from my perspective, this is what we discussed at some of the last meetings in my recollection, as far as some of the adjustments that were made with the wording. I feel that was appropriate and had been discussed thoroughly. I guess I would ask that either we move it along to make public comment, or we go back over any technical questions you're looking for clarity on, and then move on with the discussion or the motion to have further discussion on it. But just to...
I'm ready to open it to public comment, but my answer to that was, I reviewed the video, and there, in my opinion, County Council answered Supervisor Grove's question in multiple ways, that including that a clerk could just have simply fixed this. So, and the original one was just a reinsert, which then did get changed, correct? You're correct. And now it says we're just reinserting. We're not reinserting. We modified the original wording of the ordinance 315 823, I believe. Not the 843, the 823, which was the original language. Having said that, I hope that I made myself maybe more clear. If I haven't, I apologize. I do want to open it up to public comment. And Judy, is this new or old?
I think it's old.
Okay, so at this time, on your advice, I will move it forward to public comment.
Rachel Wood.
Ms. Wood?
Good afternoon, Supervisors. So, in February of this year, our company, Bilderberg, approached the Cannabis Division, and specifically the previous Deputy Director, of our findings of the analysis that this key language was written. We were turned down on applying for stacking on the basis that there needed to be an environmental document for the site, as well as a policy needed to be sent to the Planning Commission. There needed to be essentially a case study. So what was recommended was we submit an application to do that, which would then be denied, and we could appeal it to the Planning Commission. Not long after this, we approached both the board and the Planning Commission that this policy, that this language was missing, and moving forward after a couple months, vertical stacking applications were then accepted by the planning department without CEQA analysis. So now that we're here and this is being voted upon, instead of outright denying vertical stacking, you could make the condition that it must have a conditional use permit before vertical stacking is allowed, which I think is a more progressive policy than prohibiting it completely. It's been mentioned by Richard Coons, the Planning Commission, and yourselves that you would eventually like to see vertical stacking on a single parcel. So that also creates problems for your environmental impact report in that you're piecemealing, and which, starts a whole nother conversation. So really what I would like to see is, if you're going to allow it through a conditional use permit so a CEQA document is in place before vertical stacking can occur. And it would be, you would have to confer with Derek Cole on how that would impact the EIR, if it would at all. But I would like you to consider that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Is there anybody else?
Lauren Hayfork.
Is it Lauren?
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yeah.
All right, Lauren Scott from Hayfork. I would like to say thank you for the public comments today on the current licensing issues for legal cannabis cultivators. It's unfortunate that the actions taken recently by the Board of Supervisors create distress for legal operations versus the illegal operations. With that, Madam Chair, I would like to ask you to cede the remainder of my time to Stephen Jordan. Thank you.
Go ahead and speak, Stephen. Jordan, I don't know if I will, we'll see how it goes with time. Try to keep your time to a minimum of 3 minutes, please.
Yes, ma'am. I'll try to keep it as minimal as possible. Is everyone able to hear me clearly?
Yes.
Chair, I come to the board yet again as the Chief Executive Officer of a multi-state licensed operator. ACP, the company for which I am steward for the past 3 years, has been doing business in this county as a legal cultivator, and we have invested millions of dollars into Trinity to advance a legitimate business purpose. ACP operates alongside other legal, respected, high-quality cannabis cultivation operators who have satisfied all county and state standards necessary to receive an annual license, not provisional. ACP has also operated while respecting the environment, community, law enforcement, and government. Our decision to call Trinity our business home and national headquarters was built on the principles of integrity, transparency, and honesty. Unlike many of my business colleagues in this county, ACP is a legal multi-state company, fortunate to have expanded operations, and we will continue to expand in 2021. The recent decisions of this board have been contrary to the public interest, destructive to the county's tax base, and directly threatening to the livelihoods of legitimate cannabis operators. The board recently heard a despondent story from the business partner of a cannabis license applicant who took his own life because this county was incapable of approving licenses despite empty promises to grant the licenses. When Supervisor Groves introduced and the board passed the new emergency ordinance, this board altered the course for 287 pending licenses, delivering a vicious and harmful business blow to over 100 businesses in the county, including my company, ACP, unconstitutionally and with total disregard for legal compliance. This board paused 69 new applications and 33 transfers for 270 days, affecting more than 102 entities. You, this board, conferred a special privilege on a chosen few, while consciously and recklessly causing financial harm to 102 businesses. Next, there are 185 applications in process for renewal receiving preferential treatment with a notice of exemption on CEQA. You members of the board decided which growers to exempt by sleight of hand with a 270-day moratorium. The planning department simply followed the directives of certain anti-cannabis members of this board by sitting on and by not acting on more than 100 applications in process. That inflicted business harm purposeful to injure some, including American Cannabis Partners, while benefiting the others. This board, which struggles to extend for amounts of time over trivial matters with little consequence, suddenly moved expeditiously to suspend licensing with a 270-day moratorium, with the purpose to benefit certain favored or preferred cultivators. The 270-day moratorium not only benefited those cultivators, but also financially and substantially harmed license holders and applicants, including American Cannabis Partners. We have a constitutional right to speak. That is why I'm speaking here today. We have the constitutional right not to be deprived of our property, which is what this Board of Supervisors did by passing the urgency ordinance. We have the legal right to our agreements honored, and this board removed that right.
That's time.
Stephen, your time's up.
The public heard statements from Supervisors Groves and Brown in open session of that company. American Cannabis Partners signed a memorandum of understanding with Trinity County.
Mr. Jordan, your time is up.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And am I not allowed to receive the remaining time from Ms. Lauren Scott?
We have not done that in the past. And
You have a statute that states that you cannot?
I don't know, to be honest with you. I don't know.
Does your county council have a statute that states you cannot?
Can you finish in less than 60 seconds? Because Lauren had 2 minutes and 55. If you can do it in 60 seconds. But the problem is, once I do it for someone, I have to do it for other people.
I would highly advise that you don't do that, because you can have 40 people get on there and...
Right, I understand, but I also know that she gave up her time thinking that he was getting it.
She's more than welcome, in my view, to come and reclaim the time.
Mr. Groves, I appreciate your opinion, but unless your county council telling me that you have a statute that I cannot receive the time of someone that's seated.
So if you can...
The Brown Act requires, it allows the board to limit the amount of time an individual speaks to the board and set reasonable rules. The rules of this board is that we don't allow seating time.
So I'm going to, I know that Ms. Scott thought she could give you her time, and that apparently is not what we are allowed to do. I know that she had over 2 minutes time. And what I would do is allow Ms. Scott, if she would like, after we go through public comment, to get that time back. So I'm going to move on to the next one, and when I think public comment is completed, I will come back to Ms. Scott because she was unaware of that. But we're moving forward.
John's iPhone?
John's iPhone. Who is that? John Brower?
Hello, John Brower from Junction City. Thanks for taking public comment. I'm supportive of the board's previous action. While imperfect, it does offer great clarity to what was a real mess. It may be helpful to perhaps agendize the previous planning commission recommendations regarding stacking that they worked real hard on and were developed over months of public input. If not taken up at the time of adopting the next ordinance, hopefully immediately on the heels of passing the CIR with some changes. If stacking is not addressed at that time, which should be soon, perhaps very soon, the next couple of weeks, perhaps the board, it could be agendized to be taken up this spring or soon by the board. It's an important aspect of the program. There are obviously some properties that are very well suited to vertical stacking. And there's also an argument that the county benefits greatly by spreading these licenses out. I do hope this subject is taken up soon. But in the meantime, I think the urgency ordinance should work well. Thank you.
Is there anyone else with public comment? I'm not seeing.
Ask if, I don't know, what was her name? Lauren, if she wants to reclaim the 2 minutes.
Lauren, Scott, would you like to reclaim your 2 minutes?
No, ma'am, it is unfortunate, but I will part for the course. Thank you.
Bringing it back to the board, and any questions for Margaret?
Well, couple thoughts. Back in November, we did say we want to see stacking move forward and as quick as possible. That was not denied by this board at all. And the EIR is soon upon us in a week, if I recall. So we'd like to see the stacking move forward. No one has said no. It's just a matter of capacity and getting things moving. There was obviously an EIR issue with stacking, the way it fell in our timeline. So, we could ask staff what would be the next steps to get stacking moving. Obviously, it's following the EIR process. Or if people just want to have some involvement in it, we could also send it back to the Planning Commission.
I believe it's a necessity to send back. I don't think we can not do that for them.
So, if that is the case, I mean, maybe Margaret, I don't know if Jarek's on, but, you could start having that hit the commission first quarter, just to concurrently start moving things, if that makes folks happy. I mean, this was an error. This is trying to clarify for staff and the public, quite frankly, what the process is. We truly, truly lack capacity at the moment. to help facilitate licensing. And the priority right now is, it seems to me from the last couple of board meetings, is to get the renewals out the door. So we could task this back to commission if I don't know if it's a mandate that we have to, but at least it's have them review it quickly.
It has to have its own environmental document.
Correct.
So that does have to go back for its own environmental document, and even if it's a name deck or whatever, but it still has to go back. Because it was brought up that the term piecemealing is a real term, and you can't do two different things at the same time. And that was a term. Thank you for that from the outside personnel.
But my thought would be, before it even got to its own environmental document, that they could take what they were going to propose to the board, review it, add changes, then it comes back to the board, and then it would go back again for an environmental document. At least the process could start rolling, if I had that correct.
No, but that's okay, it's close.
Supervisor Finley, did you want to say something?
Sure, sorry about that. Are you still on me?
I'm waiting for you.
Okay. Sure, you've had public comment, you're in the comment period. For us, I'll make a motion to approve this item as presented.
Well, I want to still get input from the other supervisors before moving on to the motion, so I can make sure I have an understanding of where everybody's headed.
Actually, I don't think you really understand this item, but supervisors have tried to explain it to you, and so has the cannabis community, and here we sit. So let me know when you're ready for a motion.
Well, apparently your motion has now been seconded, so I wanted to say this before you put the motion on the board, that I have actually written the Attorney General asking and seeking his opinion as to whether or not I need to sign this ordinance. I have not yet received written direction from him. And I did this because I feel as though, well, I'm just going to leave it at that. I did reach out to my own counsel, and my personal lawyer, and I have made the decision based on the California law, which supports what I'm going to say, that as the chair, if this passes, I will not be signing it. I do have concerns that I have made known to the Attorney General on how this whole thing has gone down. I was hoping that with the urgency ordinance, with the pending EIR, with the other things about to happen, that there would be no reason to go back and edit a ordinance that has just been out there. So that's, there's...
So Supervisor Chadwick, what in this amended proposed language, what do you have heartburn over?
We're editing. We're not accepting. We're not reinstating something. We're editing the ordinance. That's one thing, and it's a moot point. And what it is doing is it is prohibiting an element of moving the stacking forward. Now they're going to have to undo this. They're going to have to undo this as they move forward. This is not preventing anyone, what we've done with the urgency ordinance is already stopped any new licenses. So by retrofitting this back and editing it back does not have any new I'm not saying it the way, I'm trying to say it in a way that is different than I've said it earlier, because apparently I'm not able to articulate it. The error has been there. The error has been made known to us. The error could have been fixed by somebody, a clerk. The same situation, stacking, we could not even hear the director address in a conversation, but then that day it gets put on an agenda as an action item, and here we are. And I have concerns that, and that's why I reached out to the Attorney General about signing this, because there's, all of a sudden, it is, we got to get this done right now. Well, we just did major work on these other things. And you guys are entitled to your opinion. I don't understand, why are we doing this? And if we can legally even go back and edit a previous ordinance without going through the Planning Commission and back to us. We're editing. We're not simply putting it back in.
Madam Chair, do you like to call for the vote?
Motion by Supervisor Finley, second by Supervisor Groves. Supervisor Groves, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Finley, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Morris?
Yes.
Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
Supervisor Chadwick?
No.
Thank you.
So I have an addendum I believe we need to address. Meeting addendum. December 15, 2020, Transportation. A, approve a cooperative agreement with the California Department of Transportation to fund design and construction of a left turn off SR State Road 299 onto Denny Road, $800,000 from the road fund. B, approve an agreement with FHWA's Central Federal Lands Highway Division to provide design and construction assistance for repair of off-system county roads damaged by the 2017 winter storm event, and authorize the director to execute the agreement subject to routing for form and content. $750,000 from the road fund. Rick, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. The first one is just a continuation of Tom Bell Road back in, I believe it was 1988, or 2018. The board approved construction of Tom Bell Road and Denny Road, or left turns on the Tom Bell and on the Denny Road. And so we had set out on that path. We have the intersection Tom Bell has been constructed. We used STIP dollars for that. The one at Denny Road, at the time we had decided we were going to use a lot of some gas tax and RMRA funds. But since that time, Caltrans says that we are not allowed to use SB1 funds on state highway system, even though it is for safety to turn onto a county road. We do not agree with that, but with COVID, it made it hard to actually get a legislative finding on it in time. So to keep the project moving forward, we're just going to swap out the RMRA funds and the gas tax funds for secure rural school funds, which we were planning on using some of those too. But essentially, it's just swapping money, paying it one way where we'll go on another project and pay for that using RMRA or gas tax funds. So it's at the end of the day, it's a wash. But Caltrans is, like Tom Bell Road, they're doing the design and construction, and it's come time that we pay our commitment to that, which was $800,000, and this is the document that will provide for that transfer. So with that, I can answer any questions.
On B, it's $750,000 right? You just said 800. I just want to make sure that we have the right numbers with the right ones.
No, it's at 800,000.
On both of them?
No, it was 700 for Tom Bell Road, which was, we used STIP to do that, and that's already been paid. That was paid back in 2018. On this one here, this will be 800,000 for a total of the 2 left turn lanes being $1.5 million. And I'm sorry, I was looking at the staff report and I saw that for some reason the discussion was cut out. So my apologies on that. I must have not saved it correctly.
So, Rick, you have these one addendum, but I guess I'm going to refer to County Council. Do we vote on these separately, or can we vote on them as one?
What my understanding is they're separate items.
Okay, thank you.
That's correct. It would be better to vote on them separately.
Okay, so let's go to A under the addendum. Approve a cooperative agreement with the California Department of Transportation to fund design and construction for a left turn off of SR 299 onto Denny Road, $800,000 from the road fund. So we'll just take one at a time. Are there any questions? Do you have anything?
I don't.
Is there any questions from the public?
I'm not seeing any movement.
Not seeing any movement, bringing it back to the board.
So moved. Second.
Which one?
You get to wield your power.
Yes.
Oh, no.
Always good at the vice chair.
Motion by Supervisor Morris, second by Supervisor Groves. Supervisor Groves, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Morris?
Yes.
Supervisor Finley?
Yes.
Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
Supervisor Chadwick?
So B, approve an agreement with FHWA's Central Federal Lands Highway Division to provide and design and construction assistance and repair of off-system county roads damaged by the 2017 winter storm event, and authorize the director to execute the agreement subject to routing for, from, and content. $750,000 from the road fund. Okay, so that's the one that I think you didn't have staff report complete. Did you want to add anything?
No, it's as written in the staff report, there were locations that were on the off-system roads, not the on-system roads. On-system we're looking at getting constructed next summer, but on the off-system roads there were some large damages that we have been struggling to get a start on, but unfortunately, being that we've had 4 declared disasters, FEMA disasters since this time, it's been a very hard struggle. And so Central Federal Lands a couple months ago had stepped in and said, look, well, we would be willing to help you out. And then we define the locations, and they're the ones listed on the staff report that we will ask them to give us a design for construction. And our hope is they'll also help us administer construction. And we're shooting for the summer of 2022 to get those done. And with the recent August fire, as I mentioned in last director's report last meeting, we had several culverts. There's about really 5 of them that I know of for sure right now that we're going to ask them to also give us a hand on. And those are off-system culverts too, but I wanted to get the contract that we have already in front of you, and then we'll add those culverts later. But that will, if we can do that, we'll be on track to having all the damages from all the declared events by 2022. So, any questions?
Any questions? John, did you have any questions?
No.
Open it up to public comment.
I'm not seeing any movement on Zoom.
Okay, bring it back to the board.
Move to approve.
Second?
Motion by Supervisor Groves, second by Supervisor Brown. Supervisor Brown, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Groves,
Aye.
Supervisor Morris,
Yes.
Supervisor Finley,
Aye.
Supervisor Chadwick.
Aye.
Thank you.
Emma, I had asked you about the,
Thank you.
do you want to read them?
Yeah, yeah.
Sure, that'd be fine. I had asked Emma to contact county council because I didn't bring my notes, and so, and it was the reporting out from closed session, so I'm going to have her go ahead and do it since I don't have it in front of me.
Which meetings do we need to?
I think we need to go back to the two previous ones this month, and
I'm not sure I have that one. Just
okay,
have-
whatever she provided.
I just have December 1st.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, sorry.
No, it's okay.
So the closed session report out from December 5th, first. Item 1.1, Government Code Section 54954.5C, Conference with Legal Counsel, existing litigation, number of cases 1. There was direction given to counsel. And item 4.1, move to discuss and took action to add a closed session regarding COVID-19. Information was received by staff. And on December 9th, there was no closed session. So
Thank you.
we're up to date.
Thank you. So with that, I will read the closed session that we have in front of us for today. Item report 6.1, closed session 54954.5, parentheses C, anticipated litigation. Requested action, Government Code Section 54954.5C, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, number of cases 1. And is there only one? I thought there was a second one. That's the only one. Okay. With that, I will open it up to public comment on the closed session. Having seen none, we will close open session, and Daryl can